I wish you...
We have plowed and we have planted, we have gathered into barns, done the same work as the men, with babies in our arms. But you won't find our stories in most history books you read. We were there, we're still here, fighting for the things we need. We were there in the factories, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. From the textile mills in Lawrence to the sweatshops in New York, from the fields in California where our children had to work, we fought to make a living. Bread and roses was our cry. Though they jailed and beat our bodies, our spirit never died. We were there in the factory, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. We were Polish, we were Irish, we were African and Jew, Italian and Latina, Chinese and Russian too. They tried to use our differences to split us all apart, but the pain we felt together touched the bottom of our heart. We were there in the factories, we were there in the mills, we were there in the mines and came home to fix the meals. We were there on the picket line, we raised our voices loud. It makes me proud just knowing we were there. We are teachers, we are doctors, we are cooks and engineers, letter carriers, truck drivers, conductors and cashiers. We operate machinery, we fly the airplanes, and we help to build our unions. We got struggle in our veins. We were there in the factories, we were there in the
screaming from the windows, trapped like a herd, nowhere to go. The 8th and 9th floors, facing an inferno of heat and flames, a living horror show. Young immigrants just trying to earn a living, brutally exploited in a place so unforgiving. One door was locked, the other was blocked. The elevator crashed, the fire escape collapsed. Choking from the smoke, unable to breathe. The fire engines came, but the ladders didn't reach. They started jumping, you could hear the thuds. 62 pools of mangled limbs and blood. 129 women, 17 men. Never see their friends or their family again. When you don't have a union, you don't have a chance. Death and injury will come to dance. The owners, Blank and Harris, were arrested and tried. With money and slick lawyers, justice was denied. But when the dead were buried, 100,000 came. The New Deal was born, it was time for a change. The triangle shirtwaist fire was a call. Wake up a movement, they died for us all. For a safer workplace and escape from poverty. Decent living wage, a life with dignity. Fight for the living, mourn for the dead. It's time to do what Mother Jones said. It's either race to the bottom or take the struggle higher. Don't let the lesson be forgotten of the shirtwaist fire. Triangle shirtwaist fire. On the frontiers of the global wilderness, at the Hamim factory inside Bangladesh, a mirror image from a century before. No fire escape, locked and blocked doors, jumping from the windows of wage slavery down into the sidewalks of eternity. The causes unknown that can't be ignored. Another callous owner like all the ones before. 28 more who didn't have to die. On the altars of greed, it's just another sacrifice. Working for the Gap, Walmart and the rest. Places like Honduras, China, Bangladesh. 28 cents an hour, 7 days a week. A prison tower in a sweatshop factory. Behind the fancy clothes and toys they want to sell ya. Hundreds of fires they just don't tell ya. After decades of struggle, made things better than before. They shut them down and move their jobs offshore. Out of sight, out of mind. They hope we never stop them, or they wage their class war and take us to the bottom. The triangle shirtwaist fire was a call. Wake up a movement, they died for us all. For a safer workplace and escape from poverty. A decent living wage, a life with dignity. Fight for the living, mourn for the dead. It's time to do what Mother Jones said. See the race to the bottom, or take this battle higher. Don't let the lesson be forgotten. Don't let the message be forgotten. Don't let the lesson be forgotten of the shirtwaist fire. Triangle shirtwaist fire. Triangle shirtwaist fire. Triangle shirtwaist.
So this is a song that we wrote, that I wrote with my friend Mike Richardson, who's from southern West Virginia, and it's about the coal mining wars in West Virginia in the 1920s, called the Battle of Blair Mountain. 2, 3, 4.
Find a vein, drain the black gold.
hoping to God that the timbers hold. Like my father before me, it's all I know. We live only to harvest the cold, harvest the cold. Mine owner's mercy, about as shallow as a grave. We're living in shanty towns, we ain't got no say. The 14-hour shifts, such a meager wage. And Mother Jones can't help us now anyway. Anyway, we take the roads, we take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering storm. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair mountain. Here we come, oh here we come. Red bandanas that tell us what side you're on. Yeah, we're the rednecks of the Union in 1921. We'll leave tonight at 13,000 strong and take the fight to Blair Mountain before the dawn. Before the dawn. We'll take the roads, we'll take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering storm. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair Mountain. Here we come, here we come. I fight for my father, still buried in the mine. I fight for my son, so he'll have a better life. We're soldiers of a great war, and it don't seem right to treat a man like a dog just to make a dime, just to make a dime. Take the roads, we take the trains by force. Oh, deliver us love from the gathering source. Lay down your Bibles, take up your guns, Blair Mountain. Here we come, oh here we come. Here we come. So find a vein, drain the black gold. You better hope to God that those timbers hold.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Louise Mosery, folks, go check out her music. Hello, hello. How we doing, folks? Hope you're all doing okay today. I know a sizable chunk of the audience today will not be doing okay, but I do hope you're doing okay regardless. Hello, hello. Hello. Woo, baby. How we all doing? I'm tired, boss. Yeah. Yeah, me too. You know, some days. Yeah, a lot of people don't know. Jesus Christ was actually a mistranslation. It was originally Jesus Christa. It's true. True story. Look it up. Whew. We have trans catchers now? Yeah, we do indeed. All right, having a burger and fries for dinner. Yeah, you know, not too shabby. I made some tandoori chicken on in a cast iron pan like a heathen, but you know, turned out delicious. Then I made some Indian style fried rice, also like a heathen. Liberal Dan Radio. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about Kansas. Title got me scared for my friends and family and my me. Yeah. Not gonna lie, today's if you're trans, is kind of a bummer. It's scary out there, folks. And it's kind of weird because it's like an isolating kind of scared, you know? Kind of like anyone who's not trans is just like completely separated from us in a sense. Um we're going to be talking about it. I'm too ADHD to own cast iron cookware. No, you're not. It's in a lot of ways it's easier than actually having dishes, you know? Well, it's weird, dolls, because like being trans in the US, being trans isn't a bummer, you know? Like I feel a lot of euphoria from my trans status, you know? Like I enjoy a lot like acquiring the feelings of being comfortable in my own skin. You know, like that's good. That's positive. It's like everyone else is in on a big conspiracy to shit on me and everyone like me, everyone like us, you know. Um Vaughn, it's not even like a superpower. It's just like a way to be, you know? It's just nuts. I'm in a love-hate relationship with being in a progressive in that I love what we're fighting for, but I hate that we've been forced to be so reserved and poised in the face of all this shit. I'm watching my friends and loved ones shrink and it's killing me. Yeah, I mean, I think that as we enter the primary season, as we enter, you know, especially because you all know how this works. Like the uh, the midterms, there's a big lead up to the midterms. The midterms happen, and then like there's a 2-month window, maybe, and then people start announcing that they're going to run for president, right? And like we're getting into the time period where being not poised and being loud as fuck and being irritating and being uh you know, making sure that people know this is important is becoming like that. We're in the season for that, as it were, the political season, where establishment Dems, they're looking to try and make themselves out to what they're looking at the state of play on the game board as they see it to see how they should position themselves when they, you know, go out in public and make their appearances and et cetera, et cetera. It's so goddamn stupid and I fucking hate it. Because you can instantly tell the difference between someone like I was thinking about this earlier today, like Brad Lander, someone who's like sincere and like good natured and genuinely gives a damn about people, and someone like Gavin Newsom, you know, is the number one thing up there, right? Like that's uh someone who is inauthentic and tries on a new hat like every 2 months to try and reinvent his own identity. You've been so comforting and real, and I'm literally sobbing because you read my comment. What the fuck? Where did all these onions come from? Hey, it's a nice night for rain. Like I think people can tell when someone is a fake motherfucker, you know? And I think we've just kind of become used to the fact that there are a lot of fake motherfuckers in the Democratic Party. But I think we are entering a season where it's time to be loud, and it's time to like show up with that loudness at our meetings, you know? We need to bring decency, and a decency that extends not just to like white cis straight Americans, but like a decency that extends to every fucking buddy in this country. You know, like a decency does not see trans or cis; it just sees a neighbor. You know, decency doesn't see like those distinctions. It's extended to everyone, and it's so fucking frustrating that the Democratic Party, with all of its power, with all of its institutional know-how, has seen fit up to this point to throw us under the bus. And they're still doing it, by the way. There's a really I talked about this the other day, but I watched a bit of Adam Mockler talking with Hassan because I was working out and I needed something lengthy to watch while I did so. And it was frustrating to see Adam Mockler like, well, Gavin Newsom would be better for trans people, and like, where are you seeing all these people being thrown under the bus? And it's like, as a trans person, like, I'm seeing it all the fucking time. I'm seeing it with the calculated decision to remain silent on it all the damn time. I'm seeing it in the calculated way Democrats are talking about how we need to go back to culturally being normal. It's I'm seeing it in the fucking gulf of silence that they have over what's going on in Kansas. And it's very frustrating. Well, in Switzerland, it's not even that Adam seems to like Gavin Newsom. It's more that Adam is like, well, Gavin Newsom would be better than a JD Vance in 2028. Which, like, yeah, but it's not going to like change things a lot for trans people in America, you know? I don't believe for a goddamn second Gavin Newsom would ever like stick his neck out for someone like me. You know? Are we going to get tossed under the bus? I mean, the hope is right now, and one of the reasons why I tell you guys every damn stream so many different times and in so many different ways to get involved in your local political scene is so that it makes it harder for us to be tossed under the bus. You know? Think of going to these meetings as like throwing yourself onto the bus and clawing your way inside of it. You know, that's what we need to be doing right now. Well, and I get the feeling that Adam Mockler is like one of these upcoming folks who's uh in very well with the Democrats. You know, and I'm not young. I'm not in good with the Democrats. I'm well on my way to being an I've had it lady, you know, like I'm on my way. But like we need to claw into that bus and we need to like start telling the driver where to go if we continue with this analogy, which we probably shouldn't. You know, we need to be in the room telling folks why it's important to stand up for their trans neighbors. We need to make sure that, like, because at this point, like, if you're a parent in this country, your kid knows trans kids. Okay? That's just a fact. Your kid knows someone with they, them pronouns. Your kid knows someone who is trying out a different name or trying out a different way of dressing. And like, this is not some abstract issue for a lot of people. This is real. And Democrats seem to think it is just an abstract football that they can kick or not kick, you know? And it's very, very frustrating, you know? I'm one of they thams up in them there hills. I like it. I like it. I like Jennifer Welch. I'm gonna come out and say it. I've watched a bit more of her content, and like I think she's got the heart of a socialist in her, and I like that. I'd drink a glass of Chardonnay with Jennifer Welch any day. I love that the I've had it ladies have taken the stand that either politicians can come face them or get shit talked until they do. I mean, frankly, politicians should continue to get shit talked until morale improves. Jen and Pumps are legit. I'm still not sold on the Pumps nickname. I gotta be honest. I don't like that nickname, but I'll use it. I don't like it. She had Anna Kasparian on her show recently. How'd that go? Did she yell at her? I hope so. My mom is a high school teacher at a 3,000 student school. She has never had an out trans girl student. For the first time, not one out gay male student either for 2 years. Yeah, I imagine that, like, a lot of kids are getting scared now, you know? I think a lot of kids are going back in the closet. Didn't see it all, but no. I'll have to check that out. Unfortunately. Ah, damn it. I need to stop fiddling with that. I'm going to leave it on the floor. All right. Let's go. Before we dive in too far, a couple of things. I'm going to be on the Transatlantic Call-In show tomorrow, 2 p.m. Central Time. So go check that out. It's a call-in show. If folks want to call in and debate about trans issues, they are welcome to. And if folks want to call in and just like chit-chat about their life, that's also okay. So folks can do that.
Hey Jack, speaking of people getting involved, this person running against the club looks like a good candidate.
Yeah, I talked about Kobe for governor before. So I am aware, and they do look really cool. I want to see more of like I want to see how well they're going to do with door knocking outreach. I know there's a lot of experience in that campaign with groundwork, so that's pretty cool. And I think stands a chance, you know. But we'll have to see how the outreach goes. Thank you for the $5 dono, Cliff, and thank you for being the first person to support stream today. Very much appreciated, folks. Speaking of, we are right at the beginning of stream. Click the goddamn button. Click that like button. Click that follow button. Go, go, go. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click baby. Let's see here. Hope you hit that like button. And also, folks, please consider supporting the stream. You guys make this show possible. I know we're in the midst of tax season, but support is appreciated. Let's see here. Do-do. Hmm. Hmm. All right. Are we ready to jump into it's tax season? It's middle of tax season. Have I played former President Clinton's audio of his response to last night's Trump State of the Union? No. And I don't I gotta be honest, I don't care. I don't like Bill Clinton. I don't think what he has to say is gonna be worthwhile. Let's see. Y'all ready? Too bad. Look, I'm 30 years removed from Bill Clinton. I don't give a fuck. Ready? All right. So before we get too deep into the show today, folks, would just like to implore you to please call your elected representatives tonight and ask them to vote no on COSA and Section 230 reform and the Screen Act and the App Store Accountability Act and age verification laws and digital ID systems. Apparently, Congress is gearing up next week to vote on this issue. So it is paramount that we start calling this week in order to make sure that folks we aren't fucked over on the internet. You know, this is one of the few places where we can organize easily, and these bills would crush our ability to do that. Jesus, is there a list of those bills? Here, I'll just link directly to post here. There you go. Go. 5calls.org, facts0.com. You got to mobilize your elected officials, okay? Yes, one issue per night. Space it out over the days, but generally keep your thrust towards these things over the next few days. You haven't missed a damn thing, Mabs Alicorn. Time to throw out Windows and iOS, folks. Yeah. If these bills go through. My elected official is Dickhead Durbin, aka the asshole who helped sponsor it. Damn. I'm sorry. Cool. Anyway, just wanted to start us out on that note. And with that being said, we're going to jump into talking about what's going on in Kansas. All right. So, folks, we got to talk about what's happening in Kansas with trans people. To kind of sum up how we've got here, the state of Kansas took a bill that was about something completely unrelated, changed the wording so that it was about trans people in bathrooms, and in an emergency session passed it in the dead of night with no room for public comment. And then it went to the governor's desk after passing the chambers of their legislature. The governor vetoed it because it was heinous and wrong. And then the Kansas state legislature overruled the governor's veto. And so there is now a law on the books in the state of Kansas effectively uh, declaring open hunting season on trans people in the state. So what this bill does is it allows people to hold trans people like as criminals um for using the wrong bathroom, and then also uh civilly sue them in a court of law. So not only do you get charged as a criminal, um it also could come with a lot of other consequences. So Aaron Reed, reporting on this, says, should any transgender person be caught driving without a valid license, they could face a Class B misdemeanor carrying up to 6 months in jail and a $1,000 fine. Oh, what's that? That has nothing to do with bathrooms? That's right, because this bill also stripped trans people of the ability to change their government IDs and immediately uh, ended their ability to use said government IDs. And so not only is there now like bounty hunting of trans people in Kansas, there is an entire like invalidation of all identifying documentation in the eyes of the state in Kansas. So if you have a driver's license, you cannot legally drive anymore until you surrender your ID and get it reverted back to what it was prior to the change. Um this also involves any other credentials that trans people may have changed. Birth certificates and the like. And it is an attempt to a hard attempt to try and extinguish our ability to exist as recognized by the state at all. Now, typically, when identification laws go into effect, there is a period of time during which people can legally continue to use their old ID while going to get a new ID. In this case, there is absolutely no period of time during which people can continue to use their ID, which means that effectively any trans person who needs to drive to their job is going to need to commit that Class B misdemeanor that carries up to 6 months in jail and a $1,000 fine. And I would also like to point out that in Kansas, trans women get sent to men's prison and trans men get sent to women's prison. And also, I believe folks in prisons on the federal level and I think in Kansas on the state level are trying their damnedest to cut off any kind of HRT. Um, and so effectively, they are trying to set up a system where trans people are going to have to change, break the law in order to change their IDs and continue going to work. It is effectively a way to criminalize almost every trans person in Kansas And the rationale behind it is particularly cruel. Essentially, the lawmakers behind this saying that trans people should have thought about that before they changed their IDs. And it is an unimaginable nightmare. It's when we talk about the MAGA movement being Nazis, they're literally copying Nazis. Like, part of how the Nazis targeted trans people in the past included invalidating their identifications. Their official documents, criminalizing them, and then putting them in prison where they would then be reformed or killed. You know? And it's like I can't stress this enough. In Germany, prior to the Nazi takeover, there was documentation that allowed you to just be openly trans in the Weimar Republic. And we're seeing a similar backlash right now. And it's extraordinarily disturbing. And I wish that I could say things that are helpful and useful, but in this situation I find myself extraordinarily overwhelmed with sadness and anger and just pure unadulterated rage. It's it's really fucked up. But here is the letter that has been sent to trans people across the state of Kansas today. Dear Kansas credential holder, House substitute for Senate Bill 244, enacted by the Kansas legislature overriding Governor Kelly's veto, requires Kansas issued driver's licenses and identification cards to reflect the credential holder's sex at birth and directs the Division of Vehicles to comply with KSA 77-207. What does this mean for you? If you have received this notice, our records indicate that upon publication of this law in the Kansas Register on Thursday, February 26, 2026, your current Kansas credential will no longer be valid. Additionally, please note that the legislature did not include a grace period for updating credentials. This means that once the law is officially enacted, your current credential will be invalid immediately, and you may be subject to additional penalties if you are operating a vehicle without a valid credential. What do you need to do? Pursuant to this new law, if the gender/sex indication on the face of your current credential does not match your sex assigned at birth, you are directed to surrender your current credential to the Kansas Division of Vehicles. Upon surrendering the credential, you will be issued a new credential reflecting the gender identification consistent with statutory requirements. If you have any questions regarding procedures for obtaining a legally compliant credential, please contact the Kansas Division of Vehicles or visit your local driver licensing office. Can you appeal this notice? Yes. If you believe you've received this notice in error, you may appeal. Appeal rights are available under KSA 8-259. However, please be advised that the filing of an appeal will not preserve the validity of your current credential and associated driving authority. For additional information about visiting a DOV exam station, please review the following link, etc., etc. This is, frankly, this is a step closer towards exterminationist rhetoric. You know? And I don't live in Kansas, but my heart breaks for the trans people in Kansas. Yeah, this is utterly deranged. It is absolutely meaningless to enact this other than to cause pain. That is it. That is the only reason to do this. So you can appeal if you think you got that notice by mistake. Is there a way to fight this? I mean, the way to fight this is to vote out the Kansas legislature. The issue with that is Kansas's legislature is over 2/3 majority MAGA conservatives. Like they've just been completely taken over by fucking Nazis. You know? And so the way to respond to this is frankly, there's no short-term way to respond to this. There's no like, oh, you can call them, you can show up, you can protest, and it'll get overridden. It's already the law. One of the only ways that one could possibly fight this is by, suing the state of Kansas and taking them to the Supreme Court and hoping that the Supreme Court finds in your favor and overturns said law. But that is, again, an uphill battle, as anyone who knows about the current makeup of the Supreme Court could ascertain. And the other alternative is, electing representatives in the legislature who will overturn the law there. But again, that is more of a long-term task, Pretty hard to move states when you can't drive? Yeah. So, I know that there are going to be people who see this story and say, oh, it's not that bad. Oh, you gotta Uber down to the DMV and get a new license. But there's a lot of danger in that too, right? For one thing, this seems like it would be a preliminary step to making a list of all trans adults in the state of Kansas, which I don't have to really explain to you why that is incredibly problematic at this particular period of time. And not only that, having an ID as like a trans person that reflects your actual identity is both affirming, but there's also the incredibly dangerous scenario of being outed to anyone who looks at your ID. You're gonna buy alcohol, someone has to look at your ID. You're gonna go into a 21 plus event, someone looks at your ID. You get pulled over by a cop in the middle of nowhere, that cop looks at your ID. And when your identity and the way you present are aligned, that's fine, right? When you are outside of that bubble of acceptability, it's really fucking scary. If a cop pulls you over in the middle of nowhere and you're like a trans lady and your ID says M on it, and that cop looks at that, there are about a dozen ways that cop can completely fuck over your entire life. Okay? Yeah, to buy a gun, someone looks at your ID. There are a lot of different activities that someone looks at your ID for that could put you in a whole lot of danger. And so, technically, all recipients of that letter means you're on a list already. Yeah, but the act of turning in your ID solidifies your position on that list. Notice that in this letter, they're giving people a way to contest being on that list because they might, actually, I'm cis, Yeah, it's also just incredibly humiliating. A lot of trans people feel incredibly degraded by people after they look at their ID. It is really, really fucking scary. My friend is a flight attendant, so if she lands in Kansas, she's fucked. This is so bad. Yeah. Because again, they're also like doing the bathroom stuff. I mean, here's a local news report from Kansas.
The transgender bathroom law, and it takes effect in Kansas tomorrow.
It includes significant penalties for public agencies that don't comply, ranging from $25,000 to $125,000. Kansas now joins about 20 other states with laws limiting which public bathrooms people can use.
I have to give ID to Goon over Malevilla and Blonde Blazer fanfics? That's bullcrap.
I mean, that is bullcrap, though. That's not the heart of what we're talking about at the moment. Thank you for the $5 super chat, though. I just gotta say, the nonchalance of just like throwing up a map, like Kansas joins a growing group of states that limits where people can go to the bathroom. Like, I'm sorry, as a trans person, like I look at that map and I just go, oh, so I can't go there. Like, this is a map of every place that like trans people are legally allowed to go to and legally not allowed to exist in. You know? It's very freaky. It's scary as hell. Because this map keeps filling in. Keeps like the walls continue to close in on trans people, and it feels terrible. It feels terrible.
KMBC9's Andy Alcock is digging into what this means for public schools, cities, and other local governments, plus how enforcement would work.
I overhear comments. I have been yelled at a few times, but I just keep going. Like, I love my life.
Hazel Krebs told us about her experiences using public restrooms as a trans woman. Under new Kansas law, Hazel would be violating it by using the women's restroom in a government building, including schools. State Representative Susan Humphreys helped push the measure past Governor Laura Kelly's veto.
I think women and girls need to feel safe. They need to feel protected.
Do women have anything to fear from you?
Absolutely not. I mean, I fear men just as much as other women out there.
According to the website worldpopulationreview.com, less than 1% of American adults are transgender. In Kansas, it's 0.56%. In Missouri, 0.2%.
Yeah, so obviously we need to dedicate 95% of the resources of the Republican Party to discriminate against trans people, obviously.
I have a half-sister who can't visit my other siblings in Montana because she's trans? WTF?
Yeah, she would not be safe. She would not be safe.
The smallest percentage of any state.
I feel targeted. I feel marginalized.
It's not necessarily about the trans community.
Under the new law.
Oh, it's not necessarily about the trans community. It's just, directly aimed at trans people.
Isn't it illegal for MAGA people to disown their LGBTQ family members due to that being classified as a form of abuse?
I mean, probably. But you're never going to find a cop that will ever enforce that law.
Hazel could be fined, criminally charged, and also sued for using the women's restroom. We asked State Representative Humphreys if there are specific instances of women's restrooms
It's also even weirder that they probably won't enforce any laws against trans guys equally, who they view as confused lesbians. They literally are ***** shy.
I mean, like, that's the thing, right? Like, these laws are bullshit. These laws are just absolutely bullshit. It's all based on the vibes of bigots. Because I gotta be honest with you, if you're a normal person, you aren't going around every day going, cis, 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 trans, cis, 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 trans! Like, you're not doing that. Only actual fucking freaks do that, you know? And they're building a world that caters to the absolutely most bigoted freaks that exist. And who benefits from this? Excellent question, I am Lem. Specifically, Republicans do. Republicans believe that in lieu of doing things that might materially benefit their constituents, instead, what they're going to do is fight the culture war. And they love fighting the culture war because it allows them to look like they are doing something while actually providing nothing and no material benefit to their constituents. So that allows them to give their donors all of the material benefits, you know, all of the tax cuts, all of the benefits, etc. And it dupes people on the ground into thinking, look at all of them, look at all of my elected MAGA representatives. Look at them go. They're doing so much to make my life better. But in reality, literally nothing is being done to improve the lives of MAGA constituents. They're being robbed blind and they just don't realize it. You know? God.
A state DID fucking what? I want the head of the legislation that passed that.
It's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. But yeah. See. Yeah. So they're about to get to this part. I'm going to back it up a little bit.
Restrooms being instances of women's restrooms being violated, prompting her support of
Feel marginalized.
It's not necessarily about the trans community.
Under the new law, Hazel could be fined, criminally charged, and also sued for using the women's restroom. We asked State Representative Humphreys if there are
or even sued. So I want to make clear what the situation that is being set up here is. That it is illegal and you can be jailed for using the wrong restroom for restrooms on state property. But the other part of the bill is that in private restrooms, if someone else in that restroom thinks that you're trans, they now can sue you for damages for being you know, someone who I felt emotionally violated because you were peeing in the stall next to me. So that's what they're doing right now. Now, I want you guys to put yourselves in the shoes of like a trans person. Are you willing to go out and use a restroom at a private business or a public park or anything like that if you know that it carries the risk of being sued for thousands of dollars? Most people would just not do that.
You know they aren't performing girth certificate checks at men's restrooms?
They never will. More like growers and not showers, am I right? The whole lot of MAGA. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs and injecting a little bit of levity into a story that I am fucking livid about. I do apologize. It's difficult to make jokes when I'm this angry. But basically, you can, if somebody suspects someone else in a bathroom of being trans, they can take them to court now. It doesn't even matter if that other person is trans. They can just sue them anyway. It's Very fucking frustrating.
Republican lawmakers literally out here quoting the Vine, "Look at all those chickens."
Indeed. But, like, it's a horrific catch-22. Trans people in Kansas are damned if they do, they're damned if they don't. Unless you happen to be a trans person who can, like, work from home and, like, not have to participate in public life, like, this is a direct threat to your ability to exist. And, again, I'm seeing people continuing to speculate about why Republicans are doing this. Republicans are doing this as a distraction from the fact that they're robbing you blind. That's it. That is it. You and I, we see that they're robbing people blind, but their own constituents in MAGA world don't see it. Because they're too distracted by, like, the shiny object of, like, discriminating against trans people. That's it. Full stop. And you might say, oh, well, they do it because they don't care about trans people. And, like, yes, that is why they pick us as a target. They pick us as a target because they do not care whether or not we live or die. We are scapegoats to them. It's so fucking frustrating and infuriating. I mean, Natalie's cyber tips. In a just world, this would be struck down by higher courts as it gets sued into oblivion, as lawsuits from the ACLU, etc. progress. However, with the current Supreme Court of the United States, genuinely, it's a coin flip. It is a coin flip whether or not SCOTUS would uphold this or, slap it down. And my guess is it's not an even 50-50 coin flip. It's a weighted coin towards, the negative option here. And it's... I mean, like, there's... It's not even like a callback to, like, black and white restroom laws, though I see why you would make the comparison, the White Run Guard. Like, because there are no alternative bathrooms that trans people can use. Like, there is no bathroom that I could use in Kansas where I would be okay. Like, I can't use the women's restroom because they've made that illegal, or they've made it so that someone can sue me. But in the similar vein, someone could sue me for using the men's room in Kansas. There isn't a way to use a restroom in a capacity that doesn't open you up to a lawsuit. Because the lawsuit component of this is dependent on the bigotry of someone who might just happen to be near a bathroom when you need to use it. So there is no winning combo here. There's no, like, actual solution to this in terms of, like, trans people behaving differently or doing anything differently. It's just an effective way to try and legislate trans people out of the state. Which is an impossible task because trans people are going to continue to be born and live in Kansas. There's no way that the same way gay people, even if you made being gay illegal, are going to continue to be born and live in whatever place that is. You know? This is all just fucking malice and cruelty. It's all just malice and cruelty so that their base can nod, satisfied that their party is doing something for them, while their party gives, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars to corporations and the wealthiest people to ever exist. That's true, Alpha Appalachia. Men do use men's restrooms. Very good. And women use women's restrooms. Yeah, and that's the other part, which is that the reason I say this is like a first step towards exterminationist rhetoric and laws is specifically because the goal of bathroom bills has been since their beginning, it's been to force trans people out of the ability to exist in public, the ability to like go to work, the ability to spend their time where they will. And the next step beyond this is preventing trans people from being employed, preventing trans people from getting married or having kids. It continues from here, and I imagine a lot of MAGA people are celebrating about that. They view it as inevitable, ignoring the fact that their children and their grandchildren are going to pretend like they died 50 years ago rather than spend Thanksgiving with them over the fact that they are just openly hateful and bigoted, you know? Eventually we get pink triangles again. I mean, I would argue that effectively this is like the pink triangle law of Kansas, you know? This is designed to identify the trans people in the state. Couldn't the opposite be done? If a trans person could be sued, then they could do a countersuit to the other person. I mean, in theory, but the law is going to be applied against the trans person in this case and not the cis person. Yeah, exactly, Jayla Rose. Like if you have to stop at like a rest stop in the middle of nowhere and use a bathroom, like what happens to you if you're like a trans femme presenting woman and you feel like, well, the law says I need to go into, the men's room. What happens to you if somebody else is using that restroom in the middle of nowhere, you're all by yourself? You know? The amount of danger that this opens trans people up to cannot be overstated. Comrade Girl 2018 during World War II and during the Holocaust, trans people were also sent to the death camps and they were forced to wear pink triangles. That's where the pink triangle comes from in the LGBTQ movement. Honestly, I'm speechless. It's terrifying.
Are specific instances of women's restrooms being violated, prompting her support of this law.
I haven't kept a list, but I've heard about it.
Are there specific instances of the thing that you've just passed like an incredibly fascistic piece of draconian legislation about? Oh, I don't really. I've heard some stories. Oh, look, someone else who's getting their policy positions from Dave down at the hardware store with the tinfoil hat. Fuck, these people do not give a shit. They don't, again, it's all just vibes-based evil. It's vibes-based bigotry up in here. You know? Their entire politics is based on just vibes, man. It's vibes and shoving comically large sacks of money towards the Epstein class. That is the MAGA movement right now. God.
Free said governments now must make what she called a reasonable effort to keep same-sex restrooms and locker rooms that way, or face daily fines of up to $125,000 for multiple offenses.
Oh yeah, that's another component of this, is that private businesses have to try and enforce their own restroom designations. Otherwise, they can be sued for $125,000. So, Good luck operating a business in Kansas. Is there any coming back from this? Sure, but it takes the effort of people getting
Hey
involved.
Jack, how goes the low stakes stream? Something tells me we have the best laid plans of mice and men type situation here.
Pluvius, the low stakes stream idea that I had yesterday was pretty contingent on not, the world being the way it is right now. Who will enforce that? Businesses. Again, like, the businesses are being legally required to enforce their bathroom designations. Otherwise, they will be fined by the state for up to $125,000. And you can bet your ass that transphobic, bigoted pieces of shit are going to be going into businesses, and if they see a trans person, well, that's going to be a problem both for the business as well as the trans person. I mean, I guess, maybe one way around this is all bathrooms become, like,
Most
just
people
family
don't even know
bathrooms,
that the famous photos of Nazis burning books were taken at the first European Institute to perform gender-affirming surgeries, and
Yep.
they're burning trans literature.
Yep. Most of the prominent photos of book burnings is of irreplaceable research on trans people. It's true. Yeah, Diphallus spartus, or anyone who is clocked as a trans person.
Andy Alcock, KMBC 9 News.
A statement from the city of Overland Park said leaders this week are analyzing the impact of the new law on their operations. The statement also said leaders support home rule. It gives the city control over facilities, personnel, and civil rights matters.
God, it's barely a blip. It's barely a blip even in, like, Kansas's own local news. You know? Ugh. It's so fucking disgusting. And I do want to point out here that this is not a localized movement. Like, if you are a person who is deep into MAGA, you might be surprised to learn that, in fact, your elected representatives aren't getting their marching orders from you as a constituent. They're getting their marching orders from massive think tanks and super PACs that are related to the Heritage Foundation. And I want to play this clip for you guys, which is from Kevin Roberts. Now, for those of you who don't know who Kevin Roberts is, he is the president of the Heritage Foundation and the guy behind Project 2025. Here he is on the Patrick Bet-David show.
Both sides agree on that for people 18 and younger. In fact, it's a 80 or 80-20.
Both sides agree on that.
On that. Where there continues to be disagreement.
Did you say 85?
Yep,
That's
85 in some polls. Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah.
And that's why there have been some really good policies, whether Trump executive orders or also state laws passed. And Heritage has been part of that. But where there continues to be disagreement is...
Heritage continues to be a part of that statewide push. He's openly telling you that he is showing up state by state trying to get trans people legislated out of existence.
On what you do with adults. At Heritage, we believe that so-called transgender surgery is bad for anybody because of what you saw in Rhode Island yesterday. Not to be clear, not that everyone who has gone through that surgery would do that kind of thing. There does seem to be a mounting body of evidence that suggests a correlation between that surgery at any age, mental health issues, and increasingly, although we're running the numbers on this at Heritage, acts of violence. We have to come to grips with that.
Yeah, we have to run the numbers on trans violence. Hey, I wonder if the Heritage Foundation will ever run the numbers on, cis white men violence. I wonder if they're going to take a look at the number of cis white men who engage in mass shootings, for example. Oh, they're not? Oh, that's so strange. That's so weird.
As a society that, in a way that transcends left versus right, because this really is about the human condition. If we continue to get that wrong, then these conversations we're having about family policy and restoring our institutions and authenticity are going to be for naught.
God.
It's not like our justice system was already doing just fine handling cases at a 3% level. This is just going to encourage anti-trans SLAPP suits.
Oh God, 1000%. It's going to be legislative chaos, and I guarantee you, like a bunch of the lawsuits are going to be geared towards non-trans people because, again, cis people are terrible at understanding and clocking for trans people. Every single cis person's like, I can always tell, and you guys fucking can't. You guys are going to be suing each other saying, well, you look too much like a man in the bathroom. You look too much like a woman in the bathroom. You were too flamboyant in the bathroom. You were wearing pants in the bathroom instead of a skirt. It's going to escalate in absolutely predictable and destructive ways. I'm hearing that because Kansas actually suspended these driver's licenses, even moving to another state isn't a fix because you have to resolve with Kansas DMV first before another state would be able to issue another license. I'm not entirely sure that that is the case, but I don't know. I would imagine it varies from state to state.
Once again, my policy idea of putting all cis-het men somewhere else until they can prove they know how to act in society would fix so many societal woes.
They can never fucking tell. It's true. It's true. They never fucking can.
One of my coworkers got fired because to protest a trans femme employee wearing a dress, he wore an SS uniform stating, family history.
What? That's nuts. Yo, bro literally just had an SS uniform sitting around. I do not fucking believe that. I do not fucking believe that. At all. Jesus. I mean, at least your workplace fired him, but God. When we say MAGA has a Nazi problem, they really got a fucking Nazi problem, okay? Probably has something to do with how they keep doing all of the things the Nazis did. God. But this clip isn't done yet.
And
how
I'm
do you
optimistic.
address this, though? How do you address this?
You outlaw it.
You outlaw it?
Because it's bad for the human person.
So then what do you do with Caitlyn Jenner? You outlaw, you prevent her from being able to do the surgery? You prevent... you guys, your position is that you don't even allow people to do that.
It's proven to be terrible for the human person.
When was it illegal? When did it become legal?
I don't remember the year, but it obviously has the number has intensified over the last 12 years.
Can you look it up, Rob?
Like even Patrick Bet-David is like, whoa, that's you'd make it illegal for Caitlyn Jenner to exist? Because that's the one trans person he knows of who's prominent, and even Patrick Bet-David, who is extraordinarily homophobic, is that seems like a really extreme here.
So is it more? And again, you're not. I'm not asking you a scientist. That I'm asking. No. Hey, but I wonder how much of this is the medication they put in their bodies that makes them behave this way, that there needs to be accountability for that, to say, hey, this is what we can no longer.
And we like that idea too. One of the reasons is that we not only work in coalitions, but we often work toward an ultimate goal via incremental steps. In fact, sometimes people call us radical incrementalists. We're willing to take a quarter of the enchilada if we can keep working there. Mm-hmm. So if that's the kind of thing that policymakers can agree on left and right, Heritage would be fully supportive of that, knowing that ultimately we have an ideal position that would be much stronger than that. Both sides.
I mean, he just he just out and says it. He says, you know, we're going to start small. We're not going to outright, you know, outlaw trans people from existing, but that is our ultimate goal. And we're going to take little baby steps until we get there. And like, that's what they're doing here in Kansas. This is one of their baby steps. Kansas is one of the places in this country where they've been trying out this stuff. And that is what we're seeing here. That is what we're seeing here. What we're seeing here is the fulfillment of, you know, Heritage Foundation president bigotry, you know? Kevin fucking Roberts, man. It's just overwhelming. And I do want to like just touch on one last thing. Okay? Which is that all of this is predicated on a lie. All of this is predicated on Kevin Roberts going out there and going onto a show and just lying full-throatedly and saying, oh, we have evidence that being trans is unhealthy for you. We have evidence being trans is, you know, just so unspeakably bad that we have to ban it and make it illegal to even exist as a trans person. And that's just a lie. He has no evidence to that effect. Not the lawsuits. The evidence that they routinely bring up are stuff like the comedically bad Brown University study, where they were like, oh, rapid onset gender dysphoria is a really problematic thing. All the kids are getting rapid onset gender dysphoria. Why is that? Oh no, it's spreading like a societal contagion. By the way, societal contagion is borrowed from how the Nazis talked about LGBTQ people. But, you know, no one wanted to deal with that when I brought it up continuously over the last several years. But, you know, they just openly embraced Nazi rhetoric talking about trans people, and the rest of the world just didn't notice, despite the fact that we all continuously yelled about it from the rooftops. Instead, we got Gavin Newsom coming out and being like, oh man, we need to talk less about this pronoun stuff. It's nuts. It's nuts. Because there's no substance to their lies. It is all relying on people not looking at the actual data.
The Blair White to Blair White nationalist pipeline is massive.
It's true. It's true. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. But something to understand here is that it is all fucking lies. Like that rapid onset gender dysphoria study that coined the term, that spread the lie that this was a societal contagion, and pretty soon all the kids are going to be trans if we don't stop it here and now. That study did not study children who were trans. That study instead had to be revised because what it actually looked at was responses from parents on their perceptions of their kids coming out as trans. And then it had to be revised again because what it was actually studied wasn't just, oh, the parents of trans kids reacting to them coming out as trans. The researchers behind that study specifically sought out parents of trans kids who had recently come out who were transphobic. They recruited respondents for this study from transphobic groups on the internet. And like, it's mind-blowing. But effectively, the entire thesis of rapid onset gender dysphoria was because that these transphobic parents were taken aback by the fact that their kids came out And so from their perspective, it was just, one day my kid was trans. Because their kid didn't feel comfortable or safe being trans, being themselves in front of their transphobic parent. Because they knew their parents were transphobic. It's so fucking stupid. Let's see. Yeah. Here is, people have been asking for a link to the study. Here it is. In PLOS 1. Not a great journal, but like that's what we got. Here it is. From years ago, from 2019, right? Or the correction from 2019, originally published in 2018. Here's the link. I'll put it in all the chats. And not only that, but Brown University had to put out a statement about this study because it was so fucking bad. Look at this. I'll link this in chat too. All right, you guys can look at this. The Garbage Princess, thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciate the support. And I'll be on the Transatlantic Call-In show tomorrow, so excellent synergy. But, like, it's all fucking bullshit. And I want to add an additional thing here, which is there was a recent Freedom of Information request over in the UK related to the Tavistock Clinic. Now, if you aren't as plugged into things as I am, you'd be forgiven for not knowing what Tavistock was. And the Tavistock Clinic was essentially a gender clinic in the UK. A really prominent one, very famous, well-regarded. About 4 years ago now, the UK media had a hysteria around the Tavistock Clinic. Essentially saying that, you know, they were transing kids who didn't want to be transed, and there were so many complaints against the Tavistock Clinic for malpractice, and, you know, like they were transing the kids, they're transing everybody. Like, it was just absolute hysteria. And I want to really point out here, this is some great reporting by the Yorkshire Bylines. Okay? The real Tavistock Clinic scandal, 1,000 court cases that never materialized. So what does that mean, right? Well, let's take a look. There were numerous allegations of negligence, particularly with regards to access to gender-affirming care. The Daily Mail referred to Tavistock as a transing factory, while the Sun called it a discredited NHS clinic that happily handed out hormone drugs to children. Like, this is what they were talking about, you know? Yeah, they're transing the cats, they're transing the dogs. In what may have been the most strongly worded of all of these articles, on the 11th of August 2022, the Times ran with the headline, Tavistock Gender Clinic to be sued by 1,000 families. And the text, the Tavistock Gender Clinic is facing mass legal action from youngsters who claim they were rushed into taking life-altering puberty blockers. And, would it shock you all to know that that never happened? So, in a Freedom of Information request to Tavistock and Portman NHS Foundation Trust, we asked them, Yorkshire Bylines, with regards to the former Gender Identity Development Service, for the period between 2012 and 2022, please provide the following information. 1, the total number of complaints made about this clinic by parents of trans/non-binary minors. 2, number of complaints by families that felt gender-affirming care had been provided wrongly or inappropriately. 3, any synopsis of the nature of these complaints would be appreciated but can be omitted if unavailable or if it would make the request arduous. 4, number of complaints pursued via law firm Pogust Goodhead, the law firm that was supposedly going to head these massive numbers of lawsuits. Let's see. Between 2012 and 2022, there were a total of 142 complaints made to the clinic, although the party making the complaint was not recorded. The number of these where it was felt that gender-affirming care was provided wrongly or inappropriately, all of 8 over a 10-year period for a clinic that could have up to 12,000 users at any given time. Over the course of 10 years, less than 1 per year. Just some quick back of the napkin math. All right. That's, if every year they have up around 12,000, patients, you're looking at a pool of, in a total 10-year time, let's say 120,000. There are 8 complaints. It's so low that it has to go to E-5 on a calculator. Like, the level of hysteria around this is mind-boggling. Mind-boggling. And I don't know what to tell you guys. The Tavistock Clinic was used as one of the reasons why gender-affirming care for children had to be outlawed. Not just in the UK, but here in the United States. Here in the United States. And so, like, I gotta be honest here, guys. It's all colossal bullshit. Because there's one additional detail here, right? One additional detail. Despite the fact that there were 8 complaints, there's no mention in the Freedom of Information request of whether or not these complaints were upheld by any of the overseeing bodies, of course. But the law firm, Pogust Goodhead, in the UK, when asked about how many cases they represented against NHS, against the Tavistock Clinic, when they were alleged to have over 1,000 families suing the Tavistock Clinic, none. Not a single one. 0. So, I want you to understand that this entire movement is predicated not on any kind of factual basis, but upon hatred entirely, full stop. And that hatred has now taken over entire states in the United States of America. And we have to organize to stop this, folks. I'm not familiar with the organizing ground game in Texas or in Kansas or Florida. But if you are in one of those red states where these oppressive laws are being passed, it's partly your duty to organize. If you are someone, especially someone who's like cis, straight, white, someone who's not in danger of being attacked by the state, show up at your local meetings for the Democratic Party. Show up at your local DSA meetings. It is so fucking important that we finally get these people out. And by these people, I'm talking about Republicans and Democrats. I'm talking about the Democrats that are fucking abandoning us in our hour of need. There are plenty of great people on the ground working hard every day to keep their constituents safe. You know, I know that that is true in Kansas. I know that that is true in Texas. I know that that is true in Florida. And I know that we can find the helpers wherever we are in this country. But we need to organize with fellow helpers right now, because right now, many states are occupied by these Nazi forces. Well, we got to call them like we see them, folks. And you are far more vulnerable and far more at risk if you are not organized. If you are unorganized and alone, they're going to come after you first. We got to get organized. And we got to kick these bastards to the curb. And then we got to make sure they can never, ever within our lifetimes hold power again. They cannot be allowed to spread this hatred to our children and our children's children. So, that's what I got to say. Let me know what you think down in the comments. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and folks in Kansas, please stay safe and don't lose hope. That took a lot out of me, not gonna lie. Well, folks, if you got anything out of that segment, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. We've been going for almost 2 hours, believe it or not. Please consider also supporting the show. You guys make this program possible by your subs, your donos, your memberships, your super chats, etc. That support is invaluable. Okay?
It is specifically not against the law for cis-het men to stand outside City Hall men's rooms with measuring tape in these states.
It's true. They haven't passed a law against cis men standing outside of bathrooms asking to do a girth check. It's true. There's nothing illegal about that. You can become your own city's resident girth inspector. And if someone refuses, well, they're opening themselves up to a lawsuit under this new legislation. You know, specifically, there's nothing preventing you from going to the state house in Kansas and standing outside the men's room with a measuring tape and doing girth checks. There's nothing that prevents you from doing that. You could even make sure, yes, exactly, Banana Brains, you could even bring with you some pre-made girth certificates that allow the various men using the men's room at the state legislature to validate their status. You know? After all, if they refuse an inspection, they could be one of those dastardly transes, and a lawsuit should be coming. Better yet, call... No, don't. Yeah, you must be this long. What about worth certificates? Well, look, maybe find a better place to use those worth certificates, you know? Wait until a passing trans man gets beat up by some Chad for going into the women's room. Well, first of all, a Chad wouldn't do that. And second of all, like, trans men are routinely assaulted for using the women's room in states that have bathroom laws. Yeah, that's already happened a lot. Oh, I think they mean chud. That makes sense. No, keep cooking. I mean, I was gonna say worth certificates wouldn't be very useful outside of the Kansas State Legislature men's room because we all know the quality of at least 2/3 of the men in that chamber. Ah, could be that autocorrect got them. It's true, Snuggle Kitten. All right. Let's click the button, have a little bit of a palate cleanser. Here you go.
Go. Click
Kansas,
click
Madeline Gibson.
Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click
Hell yeah. Also, folks, let me just take a look here. Where we at towards our sub goal? I believe we are at 186. We are making progress. We are doing the things. Thank you, folks. We are almost halfway there, at which point I can reveal what we'll be taking a look at next. And I promise you, it's not brain rot this time. Okay? Always a sub goal, never a top goal. That's true. I'm sorry. I'm dipping for tonight. Makes sense. Also at 250, I will play the Dono Ghost song. Dr. Softhole would know how to cheer us up. I know, we live in a colder, more violent world. All right. Here's a little, just a little palate cleanser. There's a video game coming out called Mariachi Legends, and I think it looks really cool. So we're gonna watch the trailer for it real quick.
Salías del templo un día llorona cuando al pasar yo te vi. Salías del templo un día llorona cuando al pasar yo te vi. Hermoso vivir llevabas llorona que hasta la Virgen te creí. Hermoso vivir llevabas llorona que hasta la Virgen te creí. Ay de mí llorona, 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 alma doliente. Ay de mí llorona, 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 alma doliente. Que tu sombra me deje llorona, que mi pena te cuente. Que tu sombra me deje llorona, que mi pena te cuente.
The animations are so clean. It's so cool. Yeah, it like a Castlevania mariachi, maybe Mariachi-vania. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm obsessed, right? Doesn't it look so cool? Is this from the folks that did Blasphemous? I don't think so. It's from Halberd Studios. They did 9 Years of Shadows. That's the other game that they did, which is also really good, by the way. No, but the Blasphemous devs did just come up with something. Blasphemous devs. Game Kitchen, that's right. Also, Game Kitchen famously made one of my favorite games, one of my favorite indie horror games called The Last Door and The Last Door 2, which are both absolute banger adventure games, before they made Blasphemous. Let's see. Oh, Stone of Madness was the one that I really wanted to check out a while back. Yes, here it is. Look, I know this isn't politics, but we'll get back to it in a minute, okay?
This cursed monastery devours the soul. We are 5, broken, tormented, and hunted by shadows both real and imagined. I am Alfredo Martin, a servant of God, imprisoned here against my will. I investigate hidden truths, banish darkness, and distract the unwary. Yet, even I cannot escape the fear that seeps through these walls. I am not alone in my tribulations. I have gathered my condemned brethren, each burdened with their own afflictions, to aid in our desperate flight from this cursed place. Agnes claims her power comes from eldritch knowledge. A claim I dare not believe, nor entirely doubt. Eduardo is a force that can both move mountains and deftly craft the most useful contraptions. Leonora, sharp, resourceful, and unafraid to do what others cannot. Yet, the flames of her past still haunt her. Amelia. She draws attention away from her companions. Her small frame allows her to hide in places others could never reach. But the eerie sights of this place prey on her fears. Together, we endure, striving for deliverance from this madness.
It just looks really neat. Girl, get in pot. Indeed. The gameplay looks sick as hell, right? Like, I am a sucker for, like, you know, sneaking, role-playing tactics. I'm like, this is directly catering to my interests. Games are so cool. They really are. Like, I know the AAA video game industry right now is, like, fucking imploding. But under the weight of venture capital, I might add, capitalism take game. But also, Indie games are just cool as hell. You know? I'd want to watch a whole series on this concept. Maybe I'll play that video game in the near future. We'll see. Yo, that's right. Sweet Myths music. Let's do a plug for a friend of the show, huh? Let's do it. Folks, many of you may be familiar with Sweet Myths. They do some of the music we play at the beginning of the show. And just to give you guys a little teaser, a little taste here. Let's go with Go with this one.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
You know this one.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims from us to meet our shareholders' expectations. I don't even like fake music, but Jenny follows this version of the
Big Crackles! Thank you! And true.
Including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something about it, and then almost nothing happens.
You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. With the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
Now they're looking at your post, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken. The role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
So cool. But Sweet Myths has actually been nominated for the San Diego Music Awards. And folks, you can help them win friend of the show. So hey, guess what? I'm gonna throw this link into chat, all right? I want you guys to vote for Sweet Myths, all right? They stand a good chance of making a decent showing, especially if you guys show up to vote. Let's go. Voting is now open, people. Let's go. Let's see, where's the Sweet Myth? The legend. There it is. Best pop song. Still the Same. We should wait. We'll take a listen to Still the Same real quick. Since that is the song that is up for consideration, let's do it. Here we go.
New York teas and Portland leaves can't run away from the feeling.
I think your hair looks nice, Sweet Myths. Hell yeah. This is Still the Same by Sweet Myths. And I'm asking you guys to vote for it for the San Diego Music Awards. Because Sweet Myths is a friend of the show, lets us use their music very kindly. And if you go to the link that I've posted in all the chats and scroll down, you can vote for Still the Same as Best Pop Song in the San Diego Music Awards. Let's go! Just scroll down to Best Pop Song, Sweet Myths. Let's fucking go! I am once again asking you to vote for Sweet Myths for the San Diego Music Awards. You're very welcome. Best of luck to you, Diego. Hope you do well. That link didn't work for you? Maybe it don't play nice with mobile. I don't know. God, that's gonna be stuck in my head for days. It was so smooth. It's so goddamn smooth. Check out the rest of their music. It's good stuff. Been a long time fan. Ooh, baby. Okay, also, before we jump into the next story, do you guys want to see the new color of bralette Imogene Olivia might be putting out? You guys want to check it out? Want a little sneak peek at the next color coming? So we've got... Go. You got this. It's hard to hold up. I'm not used to just like holding up a bra. We've got this. Look at that. Look at that nice color. It's like a smoky lilac. It might be here. Maybe I need to like go back a little bit. Like a smoky lilac color. It's very cool. It's like we were going for a color match for kind of like a lavender fog, but we got kind of a smoky lilac, and it looks really, really nice. The light is a bit bright. Maybe if I turn off this, that will make it a little bit less white on the camera. But this is pretty great. It also has like a little bit of reinforcement right here in the middle. We added a little bit more boning here. That should be in the final version. This is just the sample right now. And the thought being like this would kind of be a good way to stick with the, kind of theme of the initial line while expanding it towards a very different vibe. So that folks, because like not everyone wants black lingerie, that's understandable, but this color seemed to be fun, feminine, kind of flirty, and super, super good. I don't even have booba, but I like cute lingerie. Well, guess what? Cara Calico, we have tested this lingerie with people who don't have booba, and part of the cool part of this design is that it has a little bit of structure to it. So it accentuates booba, or even provides the illusion of booba in the case of people who don't have booba. So it actually gives a nice shape to just about anybody, which I know because I've seen folks who are cis men thirst trapping in it online, and I can tell you it does give a little bit of it looks good. It looks look, what can I say? I've seen bears wear it. I've seen twinks wear it. It looks good. I don't know what to tell you. Wait, femboy can has? Yes, it good. It like if you're a femboy, and this is a lingerie line designed for trans femmes, but it's designed really for anyone who wants to feel feminine. So this is really cool. You can find it over on ImogeneOlivia.com. This color isn't available yet, but it should be coming in the near future, and it's going to be really, really cool. Can you ask your partner if they can make a bodysuit? We're looking into making a bunch of different things, but we're like really small. So we're trying to like expand to what like we can reasonably expand to. I think like a bodysuit is definitely in the works for like a skimpy lingerie bodysuit. That could be really, really fun. You know? That jacket looks fucking sick. Thank you. But folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. You can pick up the black version of this bralette, and I'm actually wearing it right now, and it's super, super comfortable, so please check it out. Okay? So it would work for drag? I mean, if you wanted to use it for drag, you could. The intended use for it is for anyone, if there's a cis man or a trans woman, or, you know, you're like a trans man, but you want to wear lingerie anyway, because fuck gender norms. Like, what, you know, like, it's for anyone who wants to wear it, you know? And, yes. It is designed for trans femmes and marketed towards trans femmes, but that is not the only group of people who can buy it, obviously. Does the bra come with pockets? No, I don't think so. Could I ask to add boxer shorts to that list? That list that can be added to the list. It's going to be lower on the list because we want to get out some more explicitly like feminine coded stuff out first before we start going for the boxer short aesthetic, but that will come, you know. Yeah, also Imogene Olivia does also sell panties. We have panties to sell you as well, so, you know, you can check that out. I like the lavender though. Hell yeah. Sprockets. Jesus. Not a panties guy, sorry. I mean, that's fair. Though I will point out our panties can accommodate guys of any size. Or gals of any size, or gentle thems of any size. Let's see here. Yeah, like the other thing is we want to make sure that we grow in a way where we aren't just sitting on, you know, hundreds of things that are unsold. We don't have we don't have space for that. So we're trying to expand in a way that makes sense and is sustainable so we can keep doing it. Had to wear a bra for the Valentine's show, and ugh, it was a fucking nightmare. Made me want to throw things. I'm sorry, Amber Brains. You need a new bra, and damn if they'll all suck on me. Would tie-dye be a future option as well? Maybe the far future, but it's not going to be one of the immediate styles or one of the immediate color palettes. You know, jean shorts in the future? Probably not. What about pride flag themed lingerie? We'll see. My partner probably would say no to that. But I'll ask. People are gonna keep pitching on the ideas all night. Yeah, true. Do you sell trans flag colored AR-15s? No, we are not a firearms store. Cute dark arts. There should be a green option. Our goal is for like a really nice, rich green, in the fall of this year. That's what we're aiming for, that color in the fall. We'll see if that actually materializes, but that's the goal. All right. That being said, y'all ready to jump into some content? Y'all ready to jump into some content? No, I'm not ready. Too bad. Here we go. Also, we're inching closer to our goal, so please consider supporting the stream. Let's get to it, huh? So, folks, we got to talk about the fact that the Trump administration has cut Minnesota off from a variety of federal funds for a while now, and is now cutting off Medicaid funding to Minnesota. And this is an incredibly disturbing development. So according to the AP, Vance says administration is pausing some Medicaid funding to Minnesota because of fraud concerns. So, yes, this is all to do, again, with the Nick Shirley fraud video alleging that there are just these colossal, fraud schemes being perpetrated by Somali, residents of Minneapolis. And I need to stress, this is incredibly illegal. It is incredibly illegal for the federal government to, for no reason whatsoever, cut off federal funding, especially not when the state has caught the fraudsters and is prosecuting the fraudsters. The problem has been resolved. And yet, the federal government is now saying, well, we're not going to give you Medicaid funding, and we're going to keep cutting you off of other funding as well. It's really disgusting stuff. And I do have to say, we are getting into territory that historically leads to secession movements, leads to civil wars being fought, like just historically cutting off funding and like sending armed paramilitaries into a territory constitutes some of the early signs of a greater escalation of things. Well, TJ, it's really interesting that you bring up at what point do we stop paying taxes, right? It is interesting that you start bringing that up, and because we're going to be talking about that really quick. All right, we're going to be talking about that.
Our country
Oh, God.
is that the generosity
Stop.
and the good heart.
God, sorry, JD Vance jump scare. So, what they're doing right now is just wanton punishment of the state. It's, I mean, like, I don't know what to tell you guys about how bad this is, but like, I'm going to play this clip from this press conference, all right? I'm going to play 2 clips, all right? I don't want us to sit and watch the entire thing, because that could take us like 2 hours to wade through all that bullshit. But here he is announcing it initially, right?
So we're announcing today that we have decided to temporarily halt certain amounts of Medicaid funding that are going to the state of Minnesota in order to ensure that the state of Minnesota takes its obligations seriously to be good stewards of the American people's tax money. Now, what is this going to mean?
For the record, Minnesota pays more into the federal government than we get back. So, just so you're aware, saying, oh, Minnesota, you need to be good stewards of the federal government's money. Bitch, we give you more money than you give us. You and red states are leeching off of the people of Minnesota. That's what's happening here. Oh, but we need to teach you to be good stewards of the money. The problem's already solved. You're basing your political decisions off of a fucking dipshit white nationalist who made a video using the stupidest arguments possible. But why wouldn't they show me the kids? Why, I'm just a random guy with 6 armed dudes in masks behind me. Why won't these childcare centers open up and show us children? Gee whiz, it's a real mystery. Must be rampant fraud. Better make an entire state full of people suffer.
What this means is that, first of all, the providers on the ground in Minnesota have actually already been paid. The state has paid those providers the money. What we're doing is we are stopping the federal payments that will go to the state government until the state government takes its obligations seriously to stop the fraud that's being perpetrated against the American taxpayer.
So yeah, that's the other thing, which is that They're basically like, look, it's not gonna affect anybody. Nothing bad is gonna happen. All of those companies are already paid. It's just that the state won't have any money now. And you're saying, okay, so the state will just not be given more money so that you teach it, you aren't gonna give them the money until the state has learned its lesson. What? I'm sorry. I just realized that light was off. Like, I'm sorry. What are you talking about? And all I can think of through this is the obvious response from Democrats in the state of Minnesota should be, okay, well, we're not going to give you tax money in response. And I mean, like, to get an idea of the kind of suffering that is going to be enacted here, I want to play this clip of Dr. Oz speaking shortly after J.D. Vance. Here he goes here. Fucking clown show of a world we live in. Dr. Oz is speaking after the vice president.
Is we're announcing a 6-month national moratorium, blocking all new enrollments for durable medical equipment, prostheses, orthotics, supplies across the board. These crimes are becoming a major source of fraudulent activity. And I'll just mention, Mr. Vice President, South Florida. Do you ever go to McDonald's?
Yeah. Too much.
We had rehearsed this. So there are twice as many durable medical equipment suppliers in South Florida than McDonald's.
Wow.
And that's not because Secretary Kennedy is closing down McDonald's. That's because the amount of fraud is so massive that it's easier to open one of these suppliers than open a bank account, which is why we're working with Secretary Bessent. And part of the reason for this moratorium is it gives us time to be able to deal with these issues that have become massive. And if we just shut down South Florida, they'd all flee to California and to Texas. So we have to shut the whole country down. This unfortunate necessity is going to allow us to get on top of what we believe is billions of dollars of DME frauds. We've already stopped $1.5 billion of billing, but we need more time to shut down these bad guys. But it's going to be effective, and it's not going to touch the people who need these services. We have designed, we're now...
Yeah. We're going to shut down people being able to enroll in government programs that allow them to have prosthetic legs and arms and hands. And, you know, the ability to walk or move around through life. Like, I'm sorry, this is some, like, absolutely disgusting, heinous bullshit. Because if you stop and think about it for, like, 2 seconds, hey, why are all of these prosthesis companies in Florida? Why are all of these mobility assistance companies in Florida? Oh, is it because there are a bunch of old people that need them in Florida, the state where people go to retire? I just, it must all be fraud. They're all these people needing mobility assistance, fraud.
Alternatively, it could be that the people who need DMEs are old people and Florida has a fuckton of old people.
It's true! Pluvius, thank you for the $5 dono. So, like, just the double whammy of this press conference, essentially focusing on, hey, we're going to screw over Minnesota specifically and disabled people nationally. Like, it's insane. It's insane. It's insane. There's no reason for this. It just causes misery. Their entire purpose in announcing essentially their sanctions on Minnesota is to cause pain and misery and maybe even kill Americans. Their entire purpose in announcing a 6-month moratorium on your ability to get mobility assistance is to punish people for being disabled. It is to punish people like that, the full stop. Like, that will also kill disabled people. And folks in chat have been asking, like, what about paying taxes? What about paying taxes? And, like, I gotta be honest, in response to this kind of policy that is so cruel and capricious, I think that a response that we should all be formulating on a local and state level, or at least formulating on the local level and trying to push on the state level, is a kind of, I don't know, federal tax withholding. And what I mean by that is that if you look over the last several months, you can start to find articles calling for, oh, holding back federal tax revenues. Huh. Here's The Guardian. This is a few months old here. Oh, here's a Medium article from Chris Armitage from November of last year. Experts say blue states can stop paying federal taxes. There's precedent. Oh. This has been getting more and more juice behind it, as it were. And I mean, like, even here in January, you've got the Colorado News Online writer mentioning towards the end here, Colorado sends billions more to the federal government than it gets in return. California Governor Gavin Newsom has suggested his state, which is also deemed a sanctuary jurisdiction by the administration and also sends more money to the federal government than it receives, could cut off money from California to Washington. Newsom's office has not explained how the state would do that, but there are ways. Some have suggested that multiple states could enter a compact and hold federal taxes in trust until the administration ceases to attack them. And I think that this needs to be something that we start asking our elected representatives to do. I think that, like, if what it has come to is that they are just going to turn off the tap on your ability to, like, go to the doctor if you're in a blue state that they're currently interested in attacking, if it's gotten to the point where they are going to attempt to punish all disabled people for being disabled, for going after trans people for being trans, then, like, I think those of us who live in blue states, where there are masked men patrolling our streets with guns and just pulling over people and torturing them, or killing them, or detaining them unlawfully, like, I think that states like Minnesota, Colorado, California, I do think that maybe it's time for a large-scale compact between these states to withhold tax revenue in legal trust. I think that that would be a really good idea. You know, Illinois could enter into it too. This federal government will turn off the spigot on all services to a blue state for a move like holding back money. Yeah, it is a very strong option. I agree. But also, the more states that turn off that tap of money to the federal government, the less likely they are to try and escalate things, because the federal government needs money to run. Full stop. Us blue states, we pay more into the federal government than they give us. So a lot, like Minnesota, California, Colorado, Illinois, we all pay more in taxes than we get back from the federal government. And yes, the federal government cutting off a flow of funds to our state would be devastating, but I want to point out, Minnesota's been cut off from federal funds for like the last month. And the reality of this is that this administration is going to keep going until someone steps up and says no. And if that someone has to be a collection of governors who have come together to withhold several states' tax dollars, then that might have to be what it takes. Even if it's just California and New York, that would definitely be a gut punch. I mean, California, New York, Illinois, Minnesota, like, it would be like they would have to shut down. They wouldn't be able to pay our military. Okay? Like, just gotta say, this is a viable pathway forward. Yes, you would need unity from blue state governors. However, I would also add that a component of holding that money in a trust could be that that money that sits in a trust that would otherwise go to the federal government get distributed as needed to different states that are affected by a federal retaliation. Instead of all this money going to the federal government, it could be spread evenly amongst the states that are part of this compact in order to effectively close up any gaps in care from these programs. And so the trust as a, yeah, you could tap into the trust as a form of a protest fund, if you will. It would still need to remain largely intact in order for it to be useful as a bargaining chip with the federal government. However, in places like Minnesota that have been heavily cut from federal funding, such a fund would be able to keep things running, as it were. Well, tired and trans, that's what I'm saying, yes. So, when you go off to your local Democratic meetings, I want you guys to be floating this idea. I want you guys to be floating this idea that in order to prevent federal government overreach, like JD Vance just going on TV and saying, "Oh yeah, we're gonna cut all the federal some Medicaid funding to Minnesota. We're gonna do these illegal cuts." Because I want to really emphasize here, the funding cuts that they're doing are fucking illegal. And they do not give a shit, and there will be no punishment for them when they are found to be illegal. And so we need a method that actually prevents the federal government from doing what it's doing right now. Because, like, the lawsuits that are being filed right now are on a case-by-case basis. In some cases, there have been states fighting to get federal funding turned back on for, like, the last 6 months. Like, the courts have been slow walking this shit. And I think that a lot more states than one might expect have discussed this behind closed doors, have talked about this, and have tried to make legal and preparatory work done in order to create kind of a scaffolding for doing this. But I do think that I think that we have to have a demand for it from the ground up. It's not enough to just have that sitting in the wings. We have to demand it from our elected representatives. So I'm asking you guys to go to your local Democratic meetings, go to your local DSA meetings, show the fuck up. 95% of the work of politics is showing the fuck up and going to the meetings. I swear to God. All right? It is vitally important that you do it, because when you go to the meetings, you can be the person who brings this up. You can be the person who introduces other people in your community to these ideas. And it's really, really important that people start discussing ways we can rein in this rogue federal government. So, all that being said, something to think about as our federal government continues day after day to attack the American people. All that being said, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Let me know what you think down in the comments. I am curious what you guys think about some kind of interstate compact to try and rein in the federal government's lawlessness. And also, please consider supporting the show if you can financially. And also, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It's super comfortable, non-tucking lingerie. We got new colors coming soon. We got new styles coming in the near future. We got a lot going on, so check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Whew. Folks, we've been going for about 2 hours and 40 minutes. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that like button, and do consider supporting the show. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click hell yeah. Yeah, if you're in a red state, keep calling your reps, keep organizing, build the power of your movement, and like work towards gaining power in your state. The name of the game is power and like building power. You build power by showing up, by going to meetings, by bringing more people in, by getting more people involved, by forging those relationships and allyships with other groups in your community. You build up that power until you fucking win. Like that's, if you're in a red state, like an interstate tax withholding plan is not going to work because your state is red. So you need to continue building up power in order to defeat conservatives. Did you hear about Tennessee making abortions punishable by death? No, but that doesn't surprise me. I've lived in Chicago my entire life. I have no plans on ever moving. I'm a trans femme individual. Why would I want to? I don't know. Hello? Did I miss the trans hunting story? It was the first one we talked about. It's, we're talking about Kansas.
I just listened to an old woman give a TED talk about the tolerance paradox. I say it's high time to no longer tolerate intolerance.
I agree, Attack on Pony Productions, and thank you for the $5 super chat. Appreciated. Folks, we are inching closer and closer towards our goal. We're at 188. We're at 188. I think we can make it up to 200. I think we can do it. If you guys are really ambitious, we might make it to 250. See, completely off topic. Was it you that bought a copy of the Jerry Seinfeld book secondhand to read us excerpts? Did they ever ship it? If so, no, I never got my fucking Jerry Seinfeld book. God damn it. I ordered that so long ago. I ordered that before I moved. They never sent it to me. They took my hard-earned dollary dues and didn't send me the materials I needed for that Jerry Seinfeld thing that I was working on. What? Yeah. Oh shit, that was you? That was me! How's Thomas the Tank Engine going? I don't know. Paladin Lost. How's Thomas the Tank Engine going?
Boom, 200.
Oh, Attack on Pony Productions. Each sub/dono is like the conversion is $5 to 1 sub, you know, or membership. But for $12 dues, brings us up to 90. Oh, you're on volume 4 of 10? That's so many Thomas the Tank Engine eroticas. Oh no, I'm very scared. Attack on Pony Productions. Thank you for the $12 super chat, though. I very much appreciate it. You have not missed the adult reading yet.
Choo choo Nika PLSA.
Zyros, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. Appreciate you. Let's go! The UK's first energy supply plant for geothermal energy is going online today. Oh, that's so cool. Did they use that new laser drilling technique for it? Every time Jack asks me, I just want to get closer and closer to like Tolkien length. Jesus Christ. Oh no. Wait, Zyros, how many was that? A 1 month sub, or how many months of sub was that? The Thrill Marillion. I'm busy researching my proto language for trains. Oh no. Oh, okay. 1 month. It was 6 consecutive. Gotcha. Gotcha. It's okay, Salmon Moose. I forgive you.
How can we all have died at the same time?
Thomas the Tank Engine erotica audiobook, narrated by Ben Shapiro. Do the entire Rudyard video in Cookie Monster's voice? I can't do that. I would die. I like your stuff. Thank you. DG Eddie, DG ETM. I bet your stuff's pretty cool too. Wet ass Trissy. Trissy is train genitalia. I have not read War is a Racket by Smedley Butler, no. Oof. What? Why are you saying no, Max Danger? Oh, because I said something weird. I see. No. I'm sorry. Sometimes I become so desensitized doing this show to just like saying words and presenting just horrid information to you guys that sometimes when it gets to like the lighthearted parts where I'm just like interacting with you guys, I'll just read something off and be like, "Oh yeah, train pussy. That makes sense," and just like go with it. And I don't stop and think that to you guys, people who are relatively normal, that's something really weird. I'm sorry. Oh, Von 400, I love Behind the Bastards. Don't you dare call me relatively normal. The fuck, I'm not normal? God, you guys are great. All right. You know what? I think we've earned ourselves a treat. Okay? I think we've earned ourselves a treat.
I wrote a 50,000 fanfic about an inkling dating Marina from Splatoon 2. I literally pasted it for a high school creative writing assignment and got an A.
Hell yeah. Honestly though, if you're going to do a creative writing assignment, like if I was an English teacher, which for the record, I did contemplate becoming either like a social studies teacher in like a high school or like an English teacher in a high school. If someone brought in and submitted a 50,000 word story for a creative writing assignment, they would absolutely get an A. Okay? Like that level of effort deserves to be rewarded. Okay? Also, thank you for the $10 dono. Inching closer. Look at us go. We're almost at 200. I believe in you guys. I believe in the power of chat. I believe in that BWA energy. I believe. Well, yeah, if I found out it was AI, I would fail a student immediately. Like, if you did AI, you didn't do the homework, you know? You learned nothing, and your grade should reflect that. But also, at a certain point, at a certain point, what I would have kids do if AI cheating became too big of a thing, I would just have them handwrite their essays in class. Joke's on you, teacher. I have Neuralink. Joke's on you. Neuralink is owned by Elon Musk. You should have been a teacher. I mean, I think I do a pretty okay job teaching you guys things sometimes. Informing people. 2 Achronoplans, 1 port. Lewd. Oh God, Possum of Antica. That you had bad English teachers. I'm sorry. Ekranusi, indeed. Joke's on you, my Neuralink can catch on fire at any time. My English teacher got caught putting hand sanitizer in his coffee in class. Jesus. Must have been having a rough one. All right. You guys ready? You guys ready for like a little reward as a treat? It's not really a reward. We were going to cover this anyway. I was just kind of idly seeing if you guys would hit 200 subs, and then I could celebrate your achievement of a large round number, but that hasn't happened. So we'll have to come back to that number later tonight. You are a savant. Emphasis on the idiot. I unironically had to write code by hand in 2001. I mean, when I learned to code, I had to write it out. What, Jack? Are you admitting that sub goals have been arbitrary all this time? No, I'm saying like I like big round numbers, and part of me is like sitting here like hoping I get to see the big round number because it's just a big round number. It pleases me. It's difficult for me to continue. Uh-oh, chat's Trissy posting. Big round numbers. All right. Let's dive into it, shall we? Here we go! So, folks, it's time for us to take a look at the 9th Congressional District in Illinois. They had their debate tonight. Or sorry, they had their debate yesterday. Let's check it out, shall we? Oh, damn, Attack on Pony Productions. We're diving into it.
Top candidates vying to replace longtime Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky in the Northside 9th Congressional District. They face off only.
That's right,
Fox
it's the
Chicago.
Cat Abu Ghazali debate. Let's go!
And welcome everyone to this Chicago Report 9th Congressional District primary debate. A reminder, Election Day is March 17th. And before we begin, some housekeeping. As with all of our debates, the format is a panel discussion that I will moderate. There are no opening or closing statements or time limits, but I do reserve the right to cut guests off if they speechify, grandstand, or filibuster. And because there are so many candidates in this race, we invited those polling above 5%. And a new one out today from Public Policy Polling shows 6 candidates in that field. They are Daniel Biss, Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, Laura Fine, and they are the top 3 with Michael Simmons, Bushra Amiwala.
Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Some of the lower candidates drop out. Let's bump up the Abu Ghazaleh numbers. Let's go.
And Phil Andrew also polling at or above 5%.
Also, okay, I have paid a bit of attention to this race. Biss comes across as a very typical kind of establishment Dem.
No round numbers for you.
Damn it, Salmon Moose, but also thank you, Salmon Moose. That is incredibly, incredibly kind of you. But also, damn it. Darn it. Now I have to wait Another 99. But thank you so goddamn much for the 8 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. But Daniel Biss here is a candidate who comes across as just like a really nice guy, but in that corpo dem kind of way. Let's see if I can show you guys. Here's the Facebook ad they launched, I guess.
But I took to the streets with you while working for you as mayor. I'm Daniel Biss. I took action, protected our community, and proved we can fight back against ICE.
Our message for ICE is simple: get the hell out of Evanston.
The Evanston Handbook, I think, is starting to be seen as the handbook around the country.
And that's how I'll show up in Congress, with more than talk, with the courage to fight and win. I'm Daniel Biss, and I approve this message.
And like, he seems like a nice guy, but like, he's no Kat Abu Ghazaleh, all right? Like, let's just here we go. Let's throw this up. Where is it? Here we go.
Kat Abu Ghazaleh is the kind of radical Democrat Fox News warned you about. Kat believes you deserve universal health care, groceries, and housing. Pfft, where does she think we are? The richest country on earth? Kat isn't a millionaire. She doesn't take PAC money. She can't even afford health insurance herself. How can she possibly relate to normal, hardworking corporations like you and me? And it gets worse. As a journalist, Kat's reporting helped lead to Tucker Carlson's departure from Fox News. Is that who you want fighting extremists in Washington? Kat claims the Democratic Party should not bow down to Trump or his billionaire friends. Does she think strongly worded letters count as bowing? Kat Abu Ghazaleh represents a new generation of progressive Democrats working to redefine the party's future, and she plans to do it with her ferocious attack cat by her side. Is this who you want representing us?
I'm Kat Abu Ghazaleh, and I approve this message.
Also, that was Matt Mercer doing the lines, by the way. Yeah, Kat is a hardcore trans ally. Like, she does not believe in throwing anybody under the bus, and she's a candidate that I just implicitly trust. I have spoken with her briefly in the past, and she's just a good egg. She's just someone who actually gives a damn about people, okay? And Biss, on the other hand, I'm not going to say he doesn't give a damn, but what I am going to say is that he comes across as very corporate friendly. He's a corporate friendly Democrat. But let's see how this debate goes.
Now, we'll have 2 separate panels tonight. The top 3 get top billing for this hour, but we will cut away sporadically to the next 3. We'll also exclusively feature that second panel for a half an hour. There they are on their own to air on all our digital platforms. This airs 6 to 7 tonight on Fox 32 right now, as you're watching, of course. So, since we have that out of the way, let's meet our main panel in the order they appear on the ballot. Daniel Biss. Mr. Biss is in his second term as mayor of Evanston, and prior to that, he served in both the Illinois House and Senate. He's a former mathematics professor at the University of Chicago. Laura Fine. Ms. Fine is a second-term member of the Illinois State Senate. Prior to that, she served in the House and as clerk of Northfield Township. And Kat Abu Ghazaleh. Ms. Abu Ghazaleh is an independent political analyst and influencer who has worked for Mother Jones, Zeteo, and Media Matters, among other outlets, and she is originally from Texas. Thank you, everybody. We have a lot to get to tonight, a lot of candidates, but we do appreciate you being here in this all-important race. So let's get right to it, starting with the issue of democracy, which is the top polling issue in your district. Love or hate Trump, Daniel Biss, It's clear that he's consolidated power in the...
Okay, can I make a deep cut comment about Daniel Biss's face? I don't know how many of you guys remember the movie Singing in the Rain. It's one of my favorite musicals. And this is a very deep cut comment. Daniel Biss has the pained smile expression that the guy who demonstrates talking pictures has in Singing in the Rain. Okay? I know that that is a very deep cut, and I know that maybe like 5 people watching right now will understand what I mean by that. But it's a very deep cut. Here, here we go. Specifically, this part
of a talking picture. Notice, it is a picture of me, and I am talking.
He just keeps like... Here.
Goodbye.
Just a weirdly pained smile from that guy. Also, what a legendary film. Love it. Need to rewatch it soon. Anyway, I know that didn't matter. I know that literally had nothing to do with anything here, but like you can kind of see it, right? You can kind of see the deep cut, right? Right? Like I'm not okay, there we go. Cool.
University of Chicago in the from democracy, which is the top polling issue in your district. Love or hate Trump, Daniel Biss. It's clear that he's consolidated power in the executive branch. Congress is nowhere to be seen on issues like tariffs or war powers. What will you do on day one to reassert the role of Congress and to strengthen the checks and balances of democracy?
Well, there's two different parts of this. Part of it is just literally using the function of Congress to hold the president accountable. That means hearings, it means using the subpoena power, it means impeachments, not only of the president, but of other executive and judicial branch officials. True. All of this is necessary. But I think it's also worth just backing, zooming out for a second. How did we get here? Congress has relinquished its responsibility, not just in the Trump era, but for longer than that, backing away from its role as the legislative branch, passing laws to actually solve the country's most significant problems, and backing away from its oversight role. And we need people in Congress who are prepared to be muscular and aggressive and fearless in reasserting that role. When Congress leaves the power vacuum that it left, the outcome that we've gotten should not be a surprise.
Specifically, Laura Fine, on the issue of elections, there's concern about Trump's impact on the upcoming elections. What will you do, day one, to strengthen democracy, reassert the role of Congress, and reassert checks and balances?
Absolutely. This is something when I'm knocking on people's doors that they're talking about. And it's very personal to me. I spent many years teaching in the political science department at Northeastern Illinois University and teaching a study of the Constitution. I feel like this administration has taken our Constitution, ripped it up, and thrown it away. It's time for Congress to act. We cannot wait any longer. And in addition to what Mr. Biss had said, we also need to start looking at the Supreme Court. We need to expand the Supreme Court. There is nothing in the Constitution says that it needs to be limited to 9 members. We need to not only expand the court, but
I am heartened to see that like this has become a mainstream Democrat position of like, yeah, we need to pack the court and impeach everyone involved in the Trump administration. That's a good start. We need a lot more than that from establishment or mainstream Democratic positions, but like, it's a good start. I want fucking tribunals for everyone involved in ICE. Let's go.
we need to put term limits on. What the court says stays for a lifetime, and we have to live with those decisions. And up until this past week, we've really seen a court in Donald Trump's pocket.
And before I get to you, Ms. Abu-Ghazaleh, a show of hands, expanding the Supreme Court, term limits for the Supreme Court, who supports that? All three of you. Okay. Ms. Abu-Ghazaleh, day one. Reasserting Congress.
Also unrelated, but I like Kat's outfit. She's always just so fashionable and like Ah, so good.
Strengthening checks and balances, strengthening democracy.
Paris, I do want to issue a little correction. As much as I respect the term of influencer, I'm a researcher and journalist who has done original reporting for Mother Jones, Media Matters, Zateo News, and my specialty is actually fighting the far right. Everyone that runs our country now, Stephen Miller, Elon Musk, Tom Homan, they are the people I used to report on and win against, and they know that, which is why, like some of the most effective critics of this administration, I'm under federal indictment. But as much as we want to expand the Supreme Court, as much as we want to pass ranked choice voting, I mean, in this race, someone could win with 20% of the vote. I'd rather lose with RCV than win this way. We can't get that done on day one. I think we need to be a little more creative here. Democrats are still operating as if the only levers of power are legislation and votes and conversations behind closed doors. We need to talk seriously about general strikes, about breaking quorum, about exploiting parliamentary procedure to ensure that Republican legislation doesn't get through. Any time spent blocking that legislation is time well spent if it's not terrorizing our communities.
Well, there's a filibuster in the Senate. What could you do in the House on that front?
Like I said, we can break quorum. We can also be using our resources right now to actively...
I don't think the moderator knows what that means. Because if he knew what it meant, he wouldn't have asked a follow-up question like that. And number two, I love that she right away corrected him. Like, I'm a researcher on the far right and journalist. Like, if somebody called me an influencer, yeah, like, all right. But like, she does actual journalism. You know, like she's been doing actual journalism for a long time. You know, working at Media Matters was not like an influencer game, really.
Feed people, clothe people. We do that in my campaign. Our office at 7016 North Clark Street doubles as a mutual aid hub. If you want to bring by men's clothes, toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, or conditioner, we could really use your help. But the Democratic Party could be doing this at large with its massive donor base.
All right, Mr. Biss, then, are there some perhaps extreme tactics Democrats should resort to and maybe not move forward, assuming this is like the 90s or the early 2000s?
Yeah, it's not. I mean,
like, look at how that response shaped where this conversation goes. Right? Her response, like, you can see the Overton window in this conversation shift in real time after that response. Where, like, the moderator's like, Mr. Biss, do you have any ideas on how to act like it's not the 1990s anymore? Like, it immediately put him on the back foot. It's very interesting to see.
We are dealing with a different kind of threat, and we can't use the old playbook we've used, and that means using every single tool at our disposal. So you're right, the filibuster is an example, and I think all of us are incredibly frustrated that the Senate failed not once, but twice, right? First a year ago, and then more recently in the fall, to use that tool to extract concessions from the Republicans. But the basic attitude we ought to have when the
Caleb Baccachetti. I appreciate that. I appreciate that distinction. Thank you.
level of emergency is what it is any tool that we can find we use. And that's the approach that I've taken as mayor of Evanston, finding creative mechanisms to keep our residents safe from ICE. I've now been on the phone with dozens of officials in other communities across the country, strategizing together about what ideas can we come up with. It may be difficult, it may be pushing the envelope, it may be on the edge, but it's necessary when you're in this kind of emergency.
Ms. Fine, regardless, Democrats are projected as of now to take back control of the House, but it would likely be a small majority. Lots of bills get passed that don't get the attention that some of the big ones do. Where will you work with Republicans? On what issues?
Well, first of all, there's a line in the sand. I will never compromise my moral values. I am 100% pro-choice, 100% pro-environment, 100% pro-gun safety. I've stood up to the biggest bullies in Springfield, the insurance lobby, the gun lobby, corporate polluters, and I have won. So there is our line in the sand. We do have to find where can we meet so that we can move forward.
I do want to just throw up the polling again, just so you know about the district here. So this is from yesterday. I think it's the same results they showed earlier, but just to give you a breakdown. of where everyone's at. There are still 22% undecided of likely Democratic voters in the primary. So with that 22% could go to anybody, you know? And we'll see how this actually shakes out. But right now, there's no clear front runner. And yes, Daniel Biss is up by 5 in this poll, but I do want to also point out that the margin of error in the poll is 4.4%, as well as the fact that 22% are undecided at this time. So, yeah. Which is why this debate mattered, by the way. You know, having 22% undecided, they make their choice based on media appearances.
A great example of this is I chair the Mental Health Committee in the Illinois Senate. My minority spokesperson is very different than I am. She's from Southern Illinois. She's Trump-loving. She's pro-life. She's pro-gun. But we have gotten more done for mental health in the state of Illinois than almost any other state. Because on issues we can agree on, we can put aside our differences and move forward for the people in this country.
All right, Ms. Abu.
I do want to point out, Daniel Biss did not say anything more radical at all. He kind of failed the question. He failed the framing that Kat Abu-Ghazaleh set up and normalized.
Ghazaleh, you mentioned you've taken on the far right in your role as an analyst and as a researcher. Are there areas that you pledge to work with Republicans if you're in Congress?
Absolutely, but we can't compromise basic human rights. I think that some of the most promising places for any bipartisan support is AI and tech regulation. AI is one of the most universally unpopular issues right now, even so much so that Republicans thought that Trump went overboard by saying states couldn't regulate AI for 10 years in his big BS bill. That is somewhere where we can compromise. Also, reversing Trump's unconstitutional tariffs. Republicans are feeling the heat from this tax that he's put on the American people, too. But we also have to talk about the donkey in the room. When it comes to leverage, it feels like Democratic leadership is allergic to it. And in our race, we have a lot of progressives. A lot of people will vote to raise the minimum wage.
Hey, Skid McMarks, longtime YouTube gutter chatter, first time on site chat, wanted to say you kick ass at what you do. Thank you so goddamn much. I really try to add value and analysis in real time. Man, the pause frames tonight are not doing anyone any favors. I'm so sorry, Kat.
But will they be pressuring their colleagues publicly and privately to do the same? Last night at the State of the Union, would they have listened to Hakeem Jeffries and watched or stood aside, or would they have gotten kicked out like Al Green did? We need to actually move the party left, and by that I mean towards the center.
All right, we mentioned this is a bellwether race in terms of where the Democratic Party goes. Show of hands, early on in your tenure, would you vote to impeach President Trump? Other cabinet members, Kristi Noem, Pete Hegseth. Seems like consensus on that. Let's move over to the economy. Ms. Fine, I'll start with you. What will you do to help constituents in the 9th grapple with the rising costs of goods, utilities? We have ComEd and People's Gas here in Illinois start seeking rate hikes. That's a state issue. But on the federal level, what will you do to deal with these rising costs, utilities, goods, stagnant wages?
I think you can't talk about rising costs unless you focus on health care. When I talk to my constituents, they are very concerned that they are being priced out of the market. By losing the subsidies on the Affordable Care Act exchange, we're expecting 70 to 90,000 people to go unemployed or uninsured here in Illinois. When those Medicaid changes come in, that's in this bill that I won't call it what they call it by their name, it's going to be devastating, not only to the human beings who are not going to be insured, but also to our entire healthcare system. Our rural hospitals are going to shut down. We're already seeing some of our urban hospitals close down particular departments. This is going to have a huge economic impact because people are going to wait till the last minute before they go to the emergency room to seek help. And this is just not how we can run a healthcare system. Right now in our country, we have to focus on Medicare for all because
let's get rid of that H. White name.
You know, I'm not upset at the rhetoric I'm seeing from any of these candidates. It's just that Kat Abu-Ghazaleh is clearly has better policy positions than any of them here. But like the fact that this lady's talking about Medicare for all, I'm pleasantly surprised. I'm pleasantly surprised.
Medicare or healthcare is a right. It's not a privilege. And I am somebody who has that policy background in healthcare, and I want to see us get that done.
Okay, Medicare for all, though, whoever wins will be dealing with 2 more years of a Trump administration. It would be tough to pass that with supermajorities, depending on the makeup of the House. But Mr. Biss, I'll address this question. Rising costs, stagnant wages, the healthcare issue.
Yeah. Okay. I don't want to get cut off, but there's lots of jamming.
Yeah, Elephant Activist, the title of the stream refers to Kansas. This is a debate for a congressional seat in Illinois. Sorry for the confusion.
Here, a few things. First of all, let's reverse Trump's damage. That means reversing the tariffs and the immigration changes, both of which are inflationary. Second, let's look at the specific things. We talked about healthcare. That's a good example. Housing is critical. The cost of childcare, the cost of college, the specific.
Part of the problem that I have when we're talking about these issues is that so often the aerial view is just housing is a problem. Like, yeah, we all know that's a problem. Like, even Republicans know that's a problem. But the method of solving that problem is, and how you go about solving it, is super, super important. Just saying, oh, it's a problem, that tells us nothing about how you would fix it if you were in office.
Different areas where the costs are just going up at rates that are way beyond what ordinary working families can afford. So for example, in Evanston, I've gone to the mat for affordable housing in a bunch of different ways.
Amber Rose Railways, I think you
permanent
fixed it.
shelter for the unhoused, changing our regulations so that new development has more and more affordable housing in it, using city property to develop all affordable housing so that our neighborhoods remain socioeconomically diverse, and changing our zoning to allow for more naturally occurring middle and affordable housing. So I mentioned these to say there are specific interventions you can make, and each one of them is controversial. Each one of them requires a fight. Each one of them usually doesn't happen because most people in public office are too scared of the blowback to actually take on those fights. I've shown a willingness to do it. I'll do it in Washington. But last of all, and critically, I think the full structure that got us here has got to be analyzed, right? We have watched for 50 years.
But that's the problem. We've watched for 50 years how we got here. And now you're sitting there being like, we've got to analyze where we went wrong. And we don't need to analyze where we went wrong because we know what's wrong right now. We just need to chart a course to a better future. And you're saying, no. Let's spend 5 more years analyzing the problem. This man seems to be well-intended, but boy, is he not an engaging speaker. Yeah, my general take on Daniel Biss, as well as that other lady, is that they both seem like nice people, but we need more than just nice people, you know? What the fuck does naturally occurring affordable housing even mean? There is an idea among people who don't really understand housing issues that if you kick BlackRock out of the market and like stop Airbnbs or whatever, that the market will naturally build affordable housing. But that's not how that works, because the issue that we're running into right now is that effectively when people are looking to invest in building an apartment complex, right? What is happening is that they look at the apartment complex and they're like, well, we could build an apartment complex that houses at like max capacity and rents out apartments at like a reasonable rate and isn't screwing anybody over. And the alternative, however, is that we would have to keep it at nearly max capacity at all times in order for us to make money. Alternatively, I know I framed that wrong, but roll with me. We could build luxury apartments and rent out, 10 of them, and all the rest can sit empty, and with those 10, we'll be able to turn a profit on this building. And that's kind of what has been happening everywhere in the country where you can effectively just not build affordable housing because there are enough rich people who are buying multiple houses that you can just like wait for one of them to buy your luxury apartment or rent your luxury apartment, or like buy, you know, 1 out of the 5 luxury homes that you've built, and bam, you turn to profit. And so the business model of building affordable homes or affordable apartments is effectively dead right now in America. And it's been dead for a while. And it's why you have entire sections of cities dying and like the foot traffic going down, in part because people just aren't living in the apartments in those cities. You know, like the approximate number of people that could be living there, it's like, you know, 9 out of 10 apartments are empty. It's crazy. So when he's talking about naturally occurring affordable housing, it is a delusion that hasn't really existed for quite some time here in America.
Years. As the biggest corporations have consolidated and consolidated, they have near monopoly power in so many different parts of the economy. We've seen labor unions shrink in their membership. And so the dial of power has just shifted from workers to corporations, from consumers to corporations. And we have to reverse that. That means enforcing antitrust laws.
Oh, Rain, yes, there are far more empty houses in America than there are homeless people. Yes, that's true.
That means rebuilding a strong labor movement for a 21st century, like through the PRO Act. I'm so proud to be endorsed by the AFL-CIO and many, many labor unions across.
This is one of the reasons he's leading right now, is that he got a lot of union endorsements. I'm not entirely sure how he managed to do it. I think due to like a lot of his pre-existing relationships with unions as a mayor. But yeah, what has made him hold that edge over Kat Abu-Ghazaleh is essentially the union element.
The state of Illinois. And it also means having a tax policy and wage policy through raising the minimum wage, taxing billionaires, taxing wealth, and closing the tax loopholes, for instance, the carried interest loophole, that have allowed so much wealth and power to concentrate. You've got to have this structural analysis.
Well, it's not even Chicago machine politics. It's just that the unions had a working relationship with him as a mayor in a way that they did not have a working relationship with Kat Abu-Ghazaleh prior to her entering this race.
As someone who has delivered food for years, I regularly dropped food off at ghost town mega complexes with hundreds of apartments/houses and maybe 15 cars.
Yep, exactly what I'm talking about, Megar. And thank you for the $5 super chat. Very much appreciated. Exactly what I'm talking about.
As well as a tactical analysis.
And everyone on this panel is in favor of graduated tax rates, higher tax rates on millionaires, billionaires.
We should tax billionaires out of existence.
So
hell yeah.
No billionaires. No one should have $1 billion. That allows you to abuse the economy. It allows you to abuse your workers. I'm a former union rep. I know exactly how hard it is just to get our protections, and yet our government is de-recognizing unions. We have to pass the PRO Act, and we need to make sure that unions can act independently. Like Daniel said, he's endorsed by the AFL-CIO, but I'd love to know how that happened considering a majority of unions voted against endorsing you. And this is the...
Fuck, dog! Let's go! She throwing punches! Let's go! And not just like shit punches. She's going in hard. Let's go! Like throwing out the union rep credentials and then going for a gut punch. Let's go.
Exact type of backroom dealings that we don't know why they happen, but actively minimize union political power.
All right, the AFL-CIO, the umbrella group of labor.
Yeah, so
Did you respond to
I'm
that?
not sure what that means. The process by which the AFL-CIO makes their endorsement is a vote of a bunch of unions, and it requires a 2/3 majority, and I cleared that majority. And by the way, I'm not only endorsed by the AFL-CIO.
You didn't clear that majority. It was overridden. This was reported by someone in the room the day of.
The final vote, which is of the body that is the decision-making body, 2/3 voted for me. And by the way, I'm endorsed by many specific labor unions as well, by SEIU, by the Illinois Federation of Teachers, by many of the unions that represent the working people in our district who have seen me go to the mat. They've seen me fight for working people and for jobs and to raise wages.
What Kat is trying to say is the general populations of the unions did say no. And then it was a small group who did say yes and overrode.
Get his ass. Let's go.
The general population.
That pisses me off, not as a candidate, but as a union rep.
Ms. Abughazaleh, I just want to continue, though, on the issue of affordability, of stagnant wages, of folks getting kicked off of Medicaid and health care. Specific proposals on day one or early on in your tenure that you will enact to tackle these issues.
Yeah, once again, I really want to stress that as much as I would love to pass a progressive utopia of legislation with this president and the farce of the Supreme Court, I do want to be realistic that we're probably not going to get everything. But I do think that there are things that are wildly popular, and especially as material conditions get worse, that we can push. In my ideal world, and this is really radical, I know, everyone can afford housing, groceries, and healthcare with money left over to save and spend. And it turns out that universal healthcare with full vision, dental, mental, and hearing coverage, building more housing with federal incentives to work with local businesses, and protections against price gouging actually save us money while having better outcomes. But also, we need to talk about the immediate. Like I said, with the work of actually using party resources to feed, clothe, and make sure people are okay, we need to be doing that with our constituent services as well. I want our office to be the first to institute a chat feature to make it more accessible for people to access as their material needs denigrate.
All right, so all-important role of Congress that goes under the radar is interfacing with constituents who call or come into the office. Ms. Fine, I want to get to the issue of ICE and immigration. We know that Mr. Biss and Ms. Abughazaleh have been out there protesting at Broadview. They support the abolishing of ICE. Do you support abolishing ICE? And if so, how do you propose the nation
This should be a very easy question to answer.
enforce federal immigration law?
Absolutely. So I do support abolishing ICE.
Let's go.
My state Senate office has done a number of Know Your Rights events, has educated people on what to do if they see ICE in the streets. And just about a month ago, I filed a piece of legislation in Springfield. And this legislation says that if you were hired under Trump's reign of terror, and this reign of terror happens to be these officers who are killing people in our streets. I mean, we have young children in Minnesota who are now growing up without their mother. We have a mother who's going to age without her son because Trump's army murdered them in our streets. My legislation says that they cannot be law enforcement officers here in the state of Illinois. And there's a really good reason why. Our officers work to gain the trust of their constituents. They are trained for years in crisis intervention, mental health, de-escalation. These people who work for ICE, we don't know much about their backgrounds, and they used to get 5 months of training. Now they're down to 47 days. Then they're given a gun, they're given a mask, and they're set free on our streets. And the proof is in the pudding. Look at what's happening as a result of it.
Specifically,
This is what I mean, though. Like, abolishing ICE is the compromise position at this point. It is the compromise position. This is where the center's at, man.
Mr. Biss, if no ICE, how does the nation enforce federal immigration law?
I've supported abolishing ICE for years. I came out for that in 2018, a time when, thank God, things weren't as bad as they are now, but they were really bad. And by the way, the writing was on the wall, because what we should not have is a military-style enforcement of borders. It does not make sense to have this army marauding around the interior of our country, allegedly doing immigration enforcement. By the way, what they're doing basically has nothing to do with immigration. It has to do with authoritarian power and control and domination and brutality. And so we have to have a humane, reasonable way to do border enforcement that's not about violence, and it's not about terror. And ICE.
You have failed the question. You have failed the question. We have to have a humane way of doing border enforcement is just like the Biden-ass response. You know? You're giving the Biden response. The correct response is We just need like an agency to do paperwork. That's it. That's it. We don't need to do humane border enforcement. We just need to document people. That's it. That's all you need to do. To fix the problem of undocumented immigrants, you document them. That's it. Full stop. You don't need fucking secret police. You don't need guys with guns. You don't need, like, fucking Gestapo. You don't need fucking slave catchers. You don't need any of this shit. You don't need concentration camps. You don't need prisons. You don't need any of that shit. You just need people to do paperwork. You need literally a pencil pusher corps. That's it.
Cannot be any part of it. If you look at the culture, the legal basis, the broad authorities, and the style of this organization, it's got to be demolished, period.
I can give you specifics.
Specifics.
So we need to, first off, abolish and prosecute ICE and DHS.
True.
And we return DHS's responsibilities to the Departments of Justice, State, of Treasury, of Transportation, all of these responsibilities that were taken from those departments, we return them there, and we build an immigration system similar to what we had before ICE, but even better with more federal workers. We need to fully abolish and prosecute ICE. We need to repeal the Patriot Act. We need to lift refugee caps, and we need to offer complete amnesty and citizenship to any immigrant here who has not committed a violent crime. Additionally, we need trials. There is no moving forward without justice. Stern words for Greg Bovino aren't enough. Body cameras aren't enough. We need people willing to put everything on the line, not when it's politically convenient, and not have their hands in their pockets.
Let me ask you this. If ICE has information on known violent criminals in the community who are undocumented, should local authorities cooperate?
We have a justice system that can function without ICE and that functioned without ICE before. ICE has shown that it is completely untrustworthy, that it lies, that it kills, that it kidnaps, that it abuses. ICE should not be seen as any legitimate law enforcement agency, and I don't trust a single thing they say.
All right, I want to get our other three candidates here.
Yep.
I appreciate this conversation so far, but we do have our other three candidates. So I just have a couple minutes. I want to get some of them to respond to what you've heard here. Let's stick with the issue of immigration, because we will have a separate digital panel, and you will get to weigh in on all these issues. First, Mr. Simmons, how does the...
God, this feels like a weirdly insulting to all of these candidates. And now we go to the second stringers.
the nation go about enforcing federal immigration law without ICE?
You know, Paris, I'm the son of an Ethiopian asylum seeker, and let's face it, the Democratic Party has tried immigration reform for a generation now, and it just hasn't happened. I'm part of a new generation of people running for office who's going to bring new blood and new energy to this issue. And the reality is that we need a pathway to citizenship for everyone that is in our country, including undocumented immigrants. We need to abolish ICE. I've said that publicly. That's part of my platform. And we need to increase the number of refugees that we resettle in the United States, like my dad, particularly when political violence is on the rise around the world right now. We need to be giving temporary protected status and pathways to people who are fleeing persecution the way America always has done.
And I should mention the 9th Congressional District, a large population, especially in Rogers Park, of resettled refugees. Ms. Amawala, how, though, does the nation does have to enforce immigration laws, so how should it do that?
So ICE is a racist institution. As a daughter of immigrants, I can acknowledge that I've been around longer than ICE has. ICE was created...
I do want to say the guy on the left recently was the target of some vicious racism.
So, Mr. Betson, I know I've just come back from...
the target of some vicious racism while canvassing for himself. Just take a look at some of this here.
How many neighbors are we supposed to contact?
Yeah.
Hey, can you, is that police?
Yes, that's correct. Correct, yeah.
While I'm standing here, can you tell me who you actually talking to? Because if it is, then how many people do we talk to in this building? 9?
No.
On all
Okay.
floors? Okay. I'm not going to argue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this lady called police on him because he was canvassing in her building. Doing some door knocking.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm going to let you know
Okay,
that
thank you so much.
I'm going to let you know
Me too.
that it is against the law to call the police on an elected official who's knocking doors. I know because I passed law in 2021. And so if you would like me to leave the building, I will leave the building. But I'm so disappointed in how you chose to handle this situation at a time when police have been known to get into deadly altercations with people of color. I would expect more from my neighbors. But you take care.
Thank you.
Like, what an actual piece of shit. Like, that lady called the cops on him. He's an elected official in Illinois. Like, he's running for office right now. We're in Illinois. Illinois is 9th. In the 9th congressional district. God, it's so fucking infuriating.
As a response to 9/11 back 23 years ago, and they have a quota system. If you pick up X amount of people in Y amount of time, you make Z amount of money, and they don't uphold due process, which in itself makes it an unconstitutional organization. That doesn't mean Custom Border Patrol goes anywhere, neither does DHS, but ICE as an institution cannot be reformed, and we're in a sanctuary state. That means that ICE and police enforcement can't cooperate, but there is no world in which ICE can be created to be actually efficient in what it was designed to do, and it was pick up and target communities of color, particularly Black and brown communities.
Mr. Andrew, would you abolish ICE? And
Specifically, if you wanted to know, since you live there, JV Bench, he was canvassing on Chicago's north side when this happened. In Buena Park. I don't know that part of Chicago, so and I've only been to Chicago once, so like I'm not very useful here.
So how to enforce federal immigration law?
Look,
I'm confused. Why are these debates separate panels? Because the different candidates are separated into multiple packs. So Daniel Biss, Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, and Laura Fine are on the main panel because they lead in the polling. Whereas the lower three, I think Mike Simmons, Phil Andrew, and Bushra Amawala are there because they are the second stringers. They are polling lower.
21 years in the FBI and our national security infrastructure. The reality is that we need safe streets. And the way that you do that is through high-level collaboration through state, local, federal, and the community. You need trust with the community to keep them safe. And this has been incredibly disruptive to that trust. The reality is that anybody that is a threat to public safety within a migrant community is actually disproportionately impacting that community. So you need trust with that community to be effective. The Chicago area needs 300,000 more residents. That's the reality. We need a federal system that brings a coherent, compassionate approach to immigration. And with that is an enforcement authority. I literally worked with ICE over the course of my career to target those that were a threat to national security, terrorists, and to remove dangerous people.
I do not believe that the vast majority of your job collaborating with ICE was to target terrorists. I'm sorry. I don't believe that.
From the streets. But ICE was professional. They coordinated with the FBI, the local police. We have politicized this system in a way that it now affects our public safety, and you're seeing it.
All right. So it seems like some sort of broad consensus here, although some nuanced differences. We have a lot more to go, but we're going to take a break right now. When we come back, some of the issues of the campaign money flying around in this race and the super PAC spending that has folks all abuzz. Stay tuned.
Okay, just a weird silent black, all right?
Reportedly supported and Phil Andrew, and here running for 9th Congressional District, Daniel Biss, Laura Fine, and Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. Ms. Fine, your opponents have talked about AIPAC a lot, the Israeli lobby.
I'm sorry, is it Kat Abu-Ghazaleh or Kat Abu-Ghazaleh? I've been saying Abu Ghazaleh. Have I been saying it wrong like a dingus? I hope not.
They've reportedly supported a group called Elect Chicago Women. They've spent upwards of $1 million or more in this race, ostensibly supporting you and
He's saying
attacking
it wrong,
your
not
opponent,
me.
Daniel
Gotcha.
Biss. Do you accept the support from AIPAC?
It is an independent expenditure. It's dark money. Our campaign does not coordinate. I have asked publicly for them to reveal who their donors are because we don't know.
This is Elect Chicago Women, this PAC.
Elect
And
Chicago
again, per
Women.
federal law, there can't be coordination between campaign and PAC.
There is no coordination. And again, this is something that I'd like to do when I go to Congress. We need to eliminate Citizens United. We need to get dark money out of politics. Quite honestly, I like the way some European countries do it that say you have X amount of dollars and 2 months, go for it. That's the election.
But if AIPAC is funding a lot of this, does that mean that you support their aims, specifically unconditioned aid to Israel?
There's condition on all foreign aid, and it's up to Congress to decide whether or not anybody is not abiding by the law to condition that aid. But I am an independent voice in Springfield. I have stood up to the biggest bullies, and nobody can tell me how to vote. I've stood up to the insurance industry and won. I stood up to the gun lobby and won. I've stood up to corporate polluters and won. There's nobody who can tell me what I'm going to do or how I'm going to vote.
And Mr. Biss, the accusation against you is you were pining for that AIPAC support, or at least to support perhaps a PAC. They've called you a fake progressive. How do you respond to some of those attacks?
Well, that is simply not true. I absolutely meet with all kinds of groups that I don't agree with, including AIPAC. I would never have accepted AIPAC support. And in fact, it was pretty clearly available to me. But I stayed true to my values and took the position that I believe is right, which is that we cannot allow unconditional aid to the Israeli government no matter what they do in Gaza. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's what our district wants. It's not what Jan Schakowsky has done. It's not how she's governed. It's why I would be a co-sponsor of the Block the Bombs Act in Congress, should I be elected. And it may be why I'm endorsed by Congresswoman Schakowsky. But I do think that this point that you make, Senator Fine, about not knowing about the Elect Chicago Women money is just baffling, because your campaign was advertising day after day after day, and your ads went off the air at the exact moment that the Elect Chicago Women ads that were almost the same as your ads went up. You're telling us that's a coincidence?
One, I disagree with you. Two, I don't know if you believe the only...
The fucking side eye from Kat. Look at that.
One, I disagree with you. Two, I don't know if you believe the own words coming out of your very own mouth, because you seem to change direction at the end. You went to AIPAC not once, not twice, but 3 times asking for their support.
It's simply not true.
When they did not support you, you changed your tune. It is true, because you had a paper, you had a Substack that said one thing, and then you said another.
No,
but
simply not true.
this is historical. You've come after me for having bipartisan donors, but you've taken almost 100,000.
It is a crime that the camera operators opted to shift to just the 2 of them instead of having Kat leaning off to the side eating popcorn. Like, God.
$1,000 from Republican donors, and then did not admit to it. We were actually in a forum where you held up a sign and said, I don't take money from Republicans, except it's all in the reports.
All right.
You also said you'd be mayor for the next 4 years when you were elected. And my question is, how can people trust that?
So literally all of that is
Very
untrue.
quickly, because I do need to get Ms. Abu Ghazal. If you want to just respond very quickly.
I want to be clear. So all of that is untrue. But more importantly,
just the... Sure, you can respond. And as she looks directly at the camera, God, it's so good. She's fucking nailing this.
here is the criticism that you keep running away from. Your campaign is bankrolled by AIPAC and MAGA donors. You had more money from Trump donors the last quarter of 2025 than from our own district. And I think that raises a really fundamental question, which is, who will you be representing when you get to Congress?
I have to respond to
Just
this.
very quickly.
I have a handful of bipartisan donors, about 3% who've donated to my campaign. Anybody who's donating to my campaign, I'm sorry, I just need to finish, is donating to a woman who has a record of being 100% pro-choice, 100% pro-environment, who again has stood up to the biggest bullies and won.
Right.
Anybody who's donating to my campaign knows that if you're a millionaire or a billionaire, I'm willing to raise your taxes.
All right,
This is what they're
I do want to bring Ms. Abu-Ghazaleh into this. We did get an email from 9th District resident Stephen Levin. He sent us a tweet.
Wait, real quick before we get
Go ahead
to
and
that.
respond.
This is the exact type of hypocrisy that people are sick of in politics. Over and over again, the lying, the bickering over who likes AIPAC more. The idea that you can separate yourself even after meeting with them, even after pushing an organization that supports this administration and that is supporting a genocide is not a group you should meet with. And frankly, both of you are trying to push policies that, even if you're supporting the Block the Bombs Act, have a lot of very precarious and dangerous implications, such as anti-BDS legislation, such as not conditioning certain aid. We need to ensure that we are following our own laws and not lying about who we are or who's supporting us.
Okay, so speaking of Israel and Palestine, Ms. Abu-Ghazaleh, we got an email from 9th District resident Stephen Levin, who brought up this tweet of yours from 2024, responding to President Biden's criticism of Hamas. It said, pretending October 7th was motivated by ancient desires to kill Jews is not only wildly racist, but wrong. Like 99% of attacks in history, both by military and terrorists, October 7th was not in a vacuum. It had motivation, which is why they took hostages. Is this somehow saying that the October 7th attack was justified?
Not at all. That's not at all what I was saying. But what I'm saying here is, first off, regarding President Biden's comments, where he described that as motivated by ancient desires. That is a very loaded statement, I say, as a Palestinian person, that implies that there is some bloodthirst between Palestinians or Jewish people. And it's dangerous to both of us. Our lives are inextricable from
Well, he
one
was referring
another.
to Hamas. He was referring to Hamas specifically.
But even then, Hamas is in Gaza. It's being associated with Palestinians by both the Biden government and the Trump administration. And so you can't just look at their actions and hear their words and not see a relation there. Additionally, for the second part, I think it's important to mention that, yes, it didn't happen in a vacuum because of Netanyahu's far-right government and because of a pattern.
Yeah, like, God, first of all, she's fucking nailing this response. And second of all, like, yeah, exactly, Cliff. Hamas ain't exactly an ancient organization. Like, the comment about ancient, animus is related to the fact of it's related to Palestinians and Jews. Like, that's specifically what that comment refers to. And trying to frame it as that, as like this inevitable clash between these two opposing forces that will forever be locked into mortal combat, that's just a way of dodging the uncomfortable reality of the situation. It's just a cop-out.
Of discrimination, a pattern of second-class citizenship, a pattern of exile, and a pattern of displacement that my own family underwent. And my position on this is really not that radical. Every civilian deserves to be safe. No child deserves to go to bed hungry. Every war criminal should be held accountable. And Palestinians deserve we should recognize their statehood so they can negotiate a solution on equal footing.
Netanyahu, do you all consider him a war criminal? Would you support international war criminal charges? One hand up.
I mean, we should participate in international processes. There should be thorough investigations, and I think the answer is likely going to be yes, absolutely.
It's not likely, yes, it is.
I want to be clear about one thing here, which is very important.
Well, we need to investigate him first. We only know that he killed, tens of thousands of civilians at a minimum.
Important for people who are concerned about this issue to understand.
He was only starving civilians and mostly children. We need to investigate him thoroughly. Like, come on.
AIPAC is attacking one candidate in this race. AIPAC is attacking me and only me. They see me as the biggest threat to their agenda. They see me as the biggest threat because they know I'll be an effective critic of the Netanyahu government when they act the way they have, and I know I'll be effective at building coalitions to actually end the nightmare and bring about peace. And that's what I'm going to do in Congress. AIPAC knows it. I think the voters of the 9th District do too.
I think there's something else that's missing here that we have to discuss. You can love your country and disagree with your leadership. I love my country. I don't like Trump. I love Israel and the Israelis. Netanyahu has to go. And I've been saying that for a very long time, way before October 7th. But I think
let's not pretend that the main problem with Israeli leadership is just Netanyahu, okay? Let's not pretend like the political rot is just Netanyahu in Israel. Like, fucking look at the Knesset, all right? Like, look at the people who are full-throatedly endorsing the apartheid state of Israel, you know? It's way more than most of them.
I think right now what we need to focus on is how do we get to a two-state solution? How do we make sure there's safety, peace, and dignity for the Palestinians in Gaza and the Israelis?
You don't understand. Bibi did all this by himself. He's just a single guy. And it's his birthday, which means we can't charge him with war crimes because he's a little birthday boy.
About the West Bank.
The West Bank, too.
So, okay, let's focus on the West Bank.
I want to jump in here, because this is
two-state solution.
Yeah, as if Itamar Ben-Gvir doesn't exist. Literally charged as a terrorist.
Bank.
Should there be a withdrawal of Israeli settlements in the West Bank?
Of course.
Yes.
I'm opposed to the settlements.
Should there be a withdrawal of Israeli forces in the West Bank?
Yes, we need peace and dignity everywhere.
Ms. Abu Ghazaleh, what about the state of Israel? Do you support the state of the right of Israel to exist as a state?
I think that this question is said as if it doesn't exist. What we need is to ensure that any solution, whether that is a two-state, a single secular state, whatever it is negotiated not by America, but by the people that actually live there, by Israelis and Palestinians. This is, my great-grandfather had a hotel. And when they were expelled, he carried around the key ring to every single door in his hotel till the day he died. He was buried.
And he was he lived in Palestine?
Yes, my father's side is Palestinian. And if someone came to me and said, you could have the hotel, but you displaced 300 people, I would say absolutely not, because trauma begets trauma. But I think it's really important that any solution has full civil and legal rights for everyone living there, regardless of their ethnicity, their religion, and that is decided by the people who actually live there, because we spend so much of our time as a country interfering in other countries and saying that we dictate how they live, and it's just made places worse.
All right, so Palestinian American.
And also, I want to say, first of all, excellent response. But also, another way to respond to this question is just, does Israel have the right to exist? It's a pointless question. Because when we're talking about this, when we're talking about the suffering of Palestinian children, that's a reality that is on the ground. That's something that is happening right now. That's something that exists. When we talk about the occupation of the West Bank, that is something that is real and happening right now. We are talking about real, tangible things. The question of does Israel deserve to exist is a pointless question because it does exist. It's a reality that we must contend with, as is the existence of Palestinians. And a negotiation for peace needs to be one that is based in the real, actual circumstances, not in like weird, abstracted rhetoric. It needs to be a real conversation.
And two Jewish Americans on this panel do believe there is an anti-Semitism problem
Absolutely.
in the United States.
And I've devoted my career to fighting it. I cover the far right. Conspiracy theories are inherently rooted in anti-Semitism, which is why it's so dangerous to align with far right donors, because they're pushing the Great Replacement theory, which has inspired almost every mass shooting of the 21st century.
What about anti-Muslim sentiment, anti-Palestinian sentiment?
Hate is
horrible
hate.
problem. It's a horrible problem.
And I think we need to go back to something that Kat said that I agree with. When we figure out this two-state solution, the Palestinians need to be brought to the table. Because right now we are in a humanitarian crisis. And we have to make sure that every individual...
What the fuck does this have to do with Illinois? I know why they're asking, but it's so blatant. Because this is for a congressional seat on the national level, right? So what this has to do with Illinois is essentially campaign finance. It is the buying of political favors from elected officials, right? And so when the conversation is about AIPAC, it's because AIPAC has a lot of money to throw around. They have a lot of money that they can use to corrupt their political process, you know? Like, John Fetterman has basically become, like, the pro-Israel guy in Congress and has forgotten everything promised to his constituents, you know? And so, like, the corruption of a congressional candidate is actually a really, really important topic for the people who are voting for their congressional candidates in Illinois, you know? At least that's why I think it's important.
Individual has the opportunity to be fed, to be housed, has health care, has schools. Right now, I think President Trump is making us a laughingstock because he's talking about building hotels and golf courses in Gaza. That's not what the Palestinian people want. They need to be brought to the table to talk about how are they going to rebuild and how are we going to get to this two-state solution.
Can I just jump into something really important? Because I do think that Senator Fine said something critical, which is what's going to get us to a place, and I forgot the words you used, but I would say a place of peace and justice, and a place where there are two viable states side by side with self-determination, dignity, peace, and security. And the answer is not what we've been doing. The answer is not continuing to give unconditional military aid to Israel. And the problem is AIPAC doesn't want a two-state solution.
Do you support any aid to Israel? Or could that,
I
could that
support, for example, defensive weaponry. I support Iron Dome.
Ms. Abu-Ghazaleh, any aid to Israel at all?
Defensive weaponry is an oxymoron. Weapons are inherently offensive, and for any
Do you
ally...
support Iron Dome?
No, I don't support any... We need to condition all aid to any country, any ally. It doesn't matter if it's Israel
so
or if
Iron
it's
Dome
Mexico.
was where they shoot down
missiles that are coming in.
Right. If we aren't using our leverage, there is no reason to condition any aid. We absolutely should be supporting our allies, but they have to follow our own laws first. It's not that... then you're conditioning aid.
There's more to it. I've been to Israel. I've been in the bomb shelters. I've been to the borders. They are being attacked constantly at every angle.
Ma'am, they're literally bombing like 4 countries right now. Not because those countries attacked them. And like, the problem and the thing that Kat accurately brings up here before she got interrupted is that we can continue sending Iron Dome munitions to Israel. That's something we can continue to do. But it should be conditional. That aid should be conditional on them coming to the negotiating table in good faith. It should be conditional on stopping the fucking attacks. Like, good God. Can we just, like, take a quick look here? Let me just take a look. Oh, hey. Israel's been bombing the Syria-Lebanon border crossings. Has been attacking Syria, Lebanon, Gaza, Iran. Like, just like not that long ago, they bombed like a refugee camp in Gaza, even though there is an ongoing like peace process happening. It's so frustrating.
If you do not fund something like the Iron
Yemen?
Dome,
Yeah.
the amount of death and destruction would be incredible, not just to the Israelis in Israel, but also to the Palestinians.
Then, you know, you're right. It would be devastating if they didn't get those Iron Dome munitions. So maybe we should make sure that they're following our laws and not killing civilians before we give them those defensive armaments. You know? Maybe the condition is you can't fucking bomb children anymore. Like, it's not that difficult to say, hey, we'll give you these defensive armaments if you stop slaughtering children. I don't know. Why is that so difficult for these candidates to say?
I haven't been to Israel because my dad was scared I would get detained if I went, because that is the reality, even as an American citizen. We actively need to be using our leverage against any ally that is not following our own laws, and we have seen a genocide happening in Gaza. We have been seeing lack of freedom of movement. People are trapped there. They have nowhere to go. They can't even swim away from the border because they will be killed in the...
Speaking of, this is from just today, actually. Calls for justice grow after Israeli settlers kill another U.S. citizen. After Israeli settlers killed 19-year-old United States citizen Nasrallah Abu Siam in the occupied West Bank last week, the U.S. Department of State said it has no higher priority than the safety and security of Americans. But as the number of U.S. citizens killed by Israel continues to mount, rights advocates say Washington's failure to ensure accountability is driving a deadly cycle of impunity. Abu Siam, who was shot dead in the village of Mikmas near Jerusalem, was among at least 11 U.S. citizens killed by Israeli settlers or soldiers since 2022. Yeah. It's deeply, deeply frustrating. Like, literally just a handful of days ago, Israeli settlers, without any kind of consequence, killed a U.S. citizen. Here's the Reuters story about it. February 19th. A relative of Abu Siam, who did not wish to give his name out of fear of reprisals from Israeli security forces, because you can't even talk to the press about this without worrying that they're just going to come and murder you, said that settlers had raided the village to steal sheep. The relative said that when villagers, including Abu Siam, had tried to prevent the theft, the settlers had begun firing at them, wounding Abu Siam and others. The attacks injured 5 people, 3 of whom suffered bullet wounds, including Abu Siam, the Palestinian Authority's official news agency, Wafa, said. The agency did not give details on the other injuries. Yeah. So basically, a bunch of guys rolled up on this town in the occupied West Bank to steal Palestinian property. And then when the Palestinians had the audacity to say, hey, don't do that, 5 of them were shot. And one of them, who was an American citizen, was killed. So they're raiding them for livestock? Yeah, because in the occupied West Bank, settlers can do just about anything to Palestinians without any kind of legal repercussion, without any kind of, retaliation or defense from Palestinians. Because if a Palestinian defends themselves against an Israeli in the occupied West Bank, Israeli security forces come and kill you or arrest you and disappear you for a decade, God.
Water. This is not that difficult. And if we're supposed to be a good ally, then we need to make sure that our allies are following basic human dignity.
All right, Mr. Biss, I want to bring up a quote that the Chicago Tribune Ed Board made about you. They said they weren't comfortable with your aggressive confrontations with agents. And we should mention, there have been viral videos of you and Miss Abu Ghazala. Miss Abu Ghazala is under indictment right now for that very thing.
We never got the chance to sell our old house / land in West Bank. It's basically gone. I'm sorry. Sorry, Hazemaker. It's fucking tragedy.
But will you continue that type of aggressive, in-your-face kind of activism if you're elected to Congress?
Of course. I'll do it if I'm elected to Congress. I'll do it if I'm not elected to Congress. I'll do it if I'm the mayor. I'll do it if I'm out of politics. It's critical. It's essential. We cannot win this battle against authoritarianism just inside of government buildings. It requires a movement of people out in the streets. And as mayor of Evanston, with a responsibility to represent my community and protect residents of Evanston, of course, I'm in the streets every day, and I'm going to continue doing that. That is how we beat this back.
And Ms. Abu-Ghazaleh, we mentioned many videos that we've seen you at Broadview. I've been out to Broadview many, many times. Lots of protesters out there, and obviously the scenes of tear gas and rubber bullets, those were horrific. But you are facing federal conspiracy charge for obstructing. How does physically blocking a law enforcement vehicle qualify as free speech? Vehicle was trying to get out and you were physically blocking it.
I can't get into any specifics on my case because that's kind of how legal cases work. But what I will say is that we've pled not guilty because this is a free speech issue. And right now, the Trump administration, which camera am I supposed to look at right now? Because I want to make sure I'm speaking to the audience.
I would say look at the moderator.
Well, the Trump administration is trying to make it illegal for you, Paris, to be able to protest, for you to be able to be in a room with other people and hold you accountable for any actions.
I would say speak to the moderator. Like, it's a televised debate. What are you talking about?
That might happen around you. They are trying to criminalize freedom of speech. They are trying to criminalize free association, and it's going to
etching the word pig into the side of a vehicle. Isn't that property damage?
I didn't do that, and it doesn't even allege that in the indictment. But honestly, that's just kind of falling for the exact same lies that ICE and the Trump administration continue to repeat. We know that ICE lies, and we know that they are trying to find any excuse to invoke the Insurrection Act, to abuse protesters, and to make sure that they scare us into silence. And once again, it's not going to work. And if we don't stand up for it, people with power and platform and privilege, and frankly, the first time I went out to Broadview, the second time and the third time, there wasn't a single elected official out there, then we are just going to get run over.
And Mr. Biss, you were out in Broadview as well, and there are videos of it. Ms. Fine.
I just want to say I really agree with that. First of all, these people are liars, so don't take them at their word when they make all kinds of allegations, because you know what they said about the murder of Alex Preddy, you know what they said about the murder of Renee Good, and you shouldn't take them any more seriously when they're talking about Kat or anybody here in Illinois. And second of all, we are in an emergency, and we have to do as much as humanly possible.
I want someone to be like, you as a member of the media are not obligated to repeat lies from an institution you know to be untruthful. You're not obligated to uncritically regurgitate their lies. It's honestly embarrassing that they did that in here.
Possible. You have to pull every single lever to put a stop to the nightmare and keep people safe.
And so, again, we've seen the two of you, many videos out there. Ms. Fine, we haven't seen that with you. Are you meeting the moment if you're not out there sharing this frustration with protesters?
I feel I am. I've been at local protests, but what's more important is I've been doing the work to get it done, to protect the people here in Illinois from what's going on with the abuses of ICE. As a state senator, I've been proud to help support and champion legislation to unmask ICE, to allow people to sue the federal government if their civil rights are violated, and to put protective barriers around our hospitals and our courthouses. One issue that many people don't talk about that we're seeing is women who are victims of domestic violence are afraid to go to court to get that order of protection because they're afraid that they're going to be kidnapped by ICE on those court steps. That's completely unacceptable, and it's something we have to speak out more and more about to make sure that that is not happening. I can't believe that this is our America. We've got to stand up and make sure that this is not happening, not only in our neighborhoods, but around our country.
All right, I want to, Mr. Biss, you want to chime in?
I just wanted to say I appreciate the work that you're doing in Springfield. I will respectfully disagree with the idea that it's more important than being in the streets. You know, as mayor of Evanston, I've done everything I can inside the government to use the tool of the governments to keep people safe. And I've done everything I can in partnership with the most extraordinary, inspiring resistance movement I've ever seen in my life out in the streets. And I think we need both. And I think the idea that we can live with just one or the other and win in this moment misses the assignment.
I completely agree. I think it should be people's first instinct, elected officials' first instinct, to be out in the streets with people, and not just when it's politically convenient, not even when it's politically safe or physically safe, and get your damn hands out of your pockets.
All right, let's bring in our other three candidates here. Mr. Simmons, because there's such a high population of Jewish Americans and Muslim Americans, Palestinian Americans in the 9th District, very, very diverse district, especially the north side of Chicago. How do you deal with the Israel-Palestine issue? How do you get to a two-state solution?
Yeah. Well, first of all, the 9th District is one of the most diverse communities in America. I'm a product of that diversity. I grew up in the Lincoln Square neighborhood in public housing where within 100 yards of my front door were people from 12 different countries, Jews, Muslims, people who are Buddhist, people who are Hindu, and people from all over Africa. And so that is the point of view that I bring to this discussion. And I've said as a candidate that we have to do everything we can to push for peace in the world right now. That means using our diplomatic powers. That means not over-relying on the defense budget and on the military-industrial complex that is paying for Iron Domes and missile defense systems, but that won't pay for Head Start for our kids here or abroad. That won't pay for international development programs as we used to do with USAID and a bevy of other programs. And so I take a pretty big picture approach to this. And as a member of Congress, I would be sitting down with all of my constituents, but especially those from the Jewish community, those from the Palestinian community, to make sure that they have a voice in how we go to the next chapter in U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East, because I think that we, to this point, have really failed.
All right, Ms. Hamawala, the same question to you.
I made history being one of the first people of my generation ever elected to public office in this country, and that happened in Skokie, Illinois. That means that when it comes to the struggle of anti-Semitism or Islamophobia, they are interlinked, and this is not new to me. I grew up taking anti-Semitism trainings while in high school, and the first thing they teach you is any criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic. I separate the two. I separate the state of Israel from actual Jewish people, and the conflation of the two is what actually is causing anti-Semitism, which is true Israel, but we cannot be using our U.S. property and annual taxpayer dollars to fund a genocide that is happening abroad, and it's not up to us as American legislators to decide.
Thank you, elephant activist. It's nice to be recognized for my abilities.
What happens for Palestinians and Israelis
We
and
can
both of
skip
their right
the guy
to
at the end.
self-determination.
Mr. Andrew.
We don't need his
I've worked
answer.
side by side with the partners in the Middle East to keep people safe from terrorism. I've worked in the streets of Chicago to keep people safe from hate crimes. My team at PAX Group actually designed the hate crimes curriculum for the Holocaust Museum right here in Illinois. The reality is that when people feel safe, they make different decisions. And what we're not talking about here is all of the money that's being dumped into this race that clouds people's vision on how to guide people to safety. And whether it's the AIPAC money and it's the big dark money that Dan and Laura are both flirting with and using this as a political football, or it's the way that they're using this corrupt practice of running for 2 offices and dumping central committee funds like Madigan used to into their campaigns. The reality is that nothing changes until you elect people who are going to follow their values, listen to the diversity within this district, and recognize that we all want the opportunity to be heard, to be safe, and to thrive. And this is a campaign that is just parching one part of the community against another. Dan and Laura are doing a great job of that, and it is what is wrong with politics today, and I will have no part of it. I've served for 21 years in the FBI. What we need is to send the largest class of new Congress people to Congress on January 2027, and they need the largest ethical reform of Congress.
Man, you know what would save this man is if he just started dropping the F-bomb. What we need here is we need to send the largest contingent of Congress people to Congress in 2027. And we just need to start fucking shit up. We need to fuck shit up in there, Congress, we need to fuck it up. We need to fuck up all of the institutions. We need to fuck up Republicans, all right? That's what this requires right here. I could save his campaign.
itself and then extend that to the executive branch.
Thank you.
Yeah,
So
he's
you
the
made
drunk
an allegation, I
uncle.
believe, against me.
He needs to like pull out the cheapest whiskey he can find and start like just plugging away throughout the debate. You know? Like sit him down in front of a turkey and like with some whiskey, see what happens, you know? What do you need to fuck Congress?
Is fine. Is that who you're referring to running for 2 offices?
Dan and Laura.
Both of them. Okay. Would you like to respond to that?
I've spent my life as a political organizer and a progressive leader in government. And both of those jobs are important. By the way, I think this moment demands that we actually fight back with effective leadership in government and effective organizing out in the community. And this is why I always.
So the second 3 panelists, we don't have your mics up right now. We'll have a chance. We'll have a chance later with just the 3 of you to talk about this. All right, Mr. Biss.
This is why I have consistently, throughout my time as a government leader, played a role in the Democratic Party, played a role in supporting progressive candidates, played a role in organizing people on the ground to make change. And I'm seeking a party office to continue doing that. And by the way, to continue in my efforts to clean up the Democratic Party in Illinois, which I've been doing for a long time.
All right, Ms. Abu-Ghazaleh, another criticism that you faced, you know, the other 5 folks here have lived in this district for a long time. You're a newer resident. You moved not long before you announced you were running for this seat. How can folks be sure that you're truly invested in this district? Why did you choose this district?
I wish I had like some sexy maniacal answer for this, but my partner and I moved here to save the Onion from being bought by Elon Musk. The deal went through really fast, and so we looked at neighborhoods we wanted to live in, and we decided Andersonville, Rogers Park, Edgewater, and I did not plan to run for Congress, and then I wanted to run in the place I want to live. And now we live in Rogers Park, and our campaign office, once again, 7016 North Clark Street, bring us men's clothes. But it's one of the most diverse places in the country. It's an incredible place to be. And it's also one of the most insanely gerrymandered districts anyone's ever seen in their life. And so we're trying to represent everything from Uptown all the way to Algonquin. And this is also where my family immigrated. This is where my family started their life in America. My grandfather went to college here after the Nakba. This is where my dad learned English. But I also don't want to lead with that because this is a city of transplants and immigrants and refugees in our own country that are coming here for queer rights, reproductive rights, because of climate change. And I don't want to play into this narrative that they can't make a positive change just because they're not from here.
You brought up a great point.
No, that was a fucking great answer. That was a great answer.
The issue of gerrymandering. Obviously, Democrats have tried to sort of meet Republicans in this race to the bottom on gerrymandering. Do the 3 of you support fair maps? Would you support Congress passing a fair maps law?
If it's federal, yes.
Yeah.
Federal fair maps. Okay, let's get to some foreign policy questions. Mr. Biss, well, we talked to Ms. Fine. You want to say something?
I just want to respond, and I do respect what you said and why you're running for office, but I had very different reasons for running for office. I've lived in the 9th District almost my entire life, and I didn't run for office because I wanted to run for office originally. I felt I had to run for office. Almost 16 years ago, when my husband was in a horrific car accident and lost an arm, our insurance tried to cancel us when we needed it the most. So I made it my life's mission to make sure that the devastation that happened to my family, we had 2 young children and we were buried in hundreds of thousands of dollars in medical bills, that would not happen to any other family. As a result of that, I ran for office. I ran for office to make a change, and the changes I've made have made sure that no family will experience what mine did. That's what's so important. I've taken Illinois from a state that favored industry to one of the more consumer-friendly states in the country. That's my reason for being here. I want to do the same in Congress.
All right, I want to get to more foreign policy issues because we know that there is some saber rattling in Iran. The president has hinted at some kind of military action. I don't know whether Congress is going to assert a war powers vote, but say it did. Mr. Biss, would you vote for armed conflict in Iran or regime change?
Of course not, and the Congress needs to assert its responsibility. And of course we shouldn't go to war in Iran. I mean, my God, Iran shouldn't have a nuclear weapon, and the way that has been shown to succeed in stopping that is diplomacy through the JCPOA.
Oh, what is Kat's connection to the Onion? I think her partner is the guy who bought the Onion. Ben Collins. So yeah.
That Barack Obama helped bring about that Donald Trump tore up. And so this rush to war in Iran is a terrible idea. It's wrong, and the Congress needs to stand up and stop it.
Ms. Abu-Ghazaleh, would you support a vote to attack Iran?
Absolutely not. And, our relationship with Iran wasn't always like this. It wasn't always adversarial. It's because of our own intervention and leading to this regime that it is the way it is. I absolutely support the people that are fighting for democracy there, that are fighting for free speech. But this administration doesn't give a damn about them. We're really going to look Trump in the eyes and say, yeah, you care about protecting protesters. This is an effort for him to cement his power over more of the world and bomb more brown people. It's disgusting. I would vote against it. And also, once again, if he does it, it's another impeachable offense.
Ms. Fine. And what if Iran, the case the president has made is that they're close to acquiring a nuclear weapon again. We've been back and forth on this. There was a nuclear deal. There was a supposed bombing of nuclear sites, but now they're saying they could be weeks away.
Well, they cannot have a nuclear weapon. That's a hard stop. But right now, we need to look at diplomacy. We can't bring ourselves into another war, especially we have an unstable leader who's talking about bringing us into a war. And I think we need to take this to the next step. Let's look at our defense budget. If we cut 10% from this bloated defense budget where they can't even figure out where to spend all the money, that could fund something like Medicare for all and really care for the people in the United States.
Mr. Biss, another foreign policy issue. Should the U.S. continue funding Ukraine against Russia, and to what level?
Yes. There was an unlawful and vicious attack of Ukraine by Russia, and it's important from the standpoint of sovereignty as well as human rights, as well as democracy across Europe. So we need to continue supporting Ukraine.
Ms. Abu-Ghazaleh?
Yes, Putin won't stop with Ukraine. Ukraine is our ally. They were invaded against international law. It's important to continue supporting them and understand that if you stop standing up to bullies, they'll just keep running you over.
Ms. Fine, should there be conditioned aid to Ukraine? Republicans obviously have been debating amongst themselves what level that they want to continue to support Ukraine after 4 years.
We need to continue to support Ukraine. Like my colleagues on the stage have already said, they're not stopping here. We have a bully in Putin who will go through Ukraine and then keep on going. It's really for national security for the entire world.
It's saying, again, the trends are that there would be a Democratic majority in Congress right now. Let's start with you, Ms. Abu-Ghazaleh. In Congress, would you take action to strengthen NATO, for instance, as we see President Trump kind of weakening some of those links?
There's a part of this that you have to look at the executive branch and what they're doing, and only so much that you can from the legislative side. But I want to be on the House Foreign Affairs Committee to lead with humane foreign policy. I also want to be we need to be strengthening that relationship because it is important, especially standing against men like Putin. We have undermined our trust in the entire world by betraying our allies so many times in just the past year.
All right, Ms. Fine, that same question to you. Is there something, would Congress vote to go against the president? Would they travel to NATO countries? Would they do things to strengthen those ties as those ties have been weakened? And some of those countries wonder where the U.S. stands.
Absolutely. We need to re-strengthen those ties. We cannot be an island. It is up to us to move away from this unstable executive office and reestablish.
You can just call him insane. You can actually use stronger language to denote the depth of your feeling. That is allowed,
Establish more continuity and consistency with our friends across the globe.
Mr. Biss?
Yeah, of course. The damage that Donald Trump has done to not only the United States, but just the world based upon his reckless conduct, which has really destabilized the attitudes that people have about the United States and foreign capitals across the world, is devastating. It's really, really, really bad. And we're going to have to work very hard to rebuild it. And that's going to be intentional and deliberate and brick by brick. It's going to take a long time because the memories of what he has done are not going to fade quickly from other countries that have completely shifted their whole attitude about how to conduct themselves because they just can't trust us anymore.
Okay, I want to thank all of you. This hour has flown by. We've tried to get to as much as we can. I want to thank Daniel Biss, Laura Fine, and Kat Abu-Ghazaleh running for the Democrats.
Oh, he finally said it right. He finally said it right. He's been saying it wrong the entire time. Does that mean he was trying to do that? Was he trying to needle her the entire time? Like, why? Okay. Oh, okay.
Democratic nomination in the 9th Congressional District. Now, reminder to all you audience members, we do have the other 3 candidates who you heard some from tonight. They are going to be sitting here on this panel, and they're going to have more time to say the things that they want to say and debate some of these issues. We're going to bring that to you.
That's all right. We're good. Kat absolutely killed that. Just absolutely dominated. That was incredible.
Wait, what? 3 years already?
Oh my gosh, late bloomer Mad Grandma, thank you very much for the 3 years you've been subscribed over on Twitch. I very much appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much. And I just gotta say, like, Kat should win. Kat is just so clearly the best candidate. It's not even close. Like, I like that other lady's talking about Medicare for all. I like where the rhetorical window has shifted for Democrats that want to, get the nomination, but in the primary process. But like, Kat is just head and shoulders better. If you're in Chicago, I'm gonna implore you, please sign up to knock doors and phone bank for Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. All right, let's do it. She kicked so much ass. So much ass. You know what? Actually, I'm going to look something up right now. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Let's see. Cat for Illinois. Get involved. You can get involved with the campaign locally and remotely. Wowee! Let's see. Sign up to volunteer. Yo! Okay, yeah, you can sign up to make phone calls. Let's do it. Folks, I'm going to post this link to Kat's webpage on the Information Superhighway. And you can motor on over there. And folks, scroll down and click sign up to volunteer. You can, in fact, volunteer to knock doors or phone bank. Both are available to you. And it'd be really, really cool if you did that. We need to do, let's throw some people power behind her candidacy, all right? Let's juice the system. Let's go! And with that, folks, I disagree with Kat implying we should strengthen NATO, and I also disagree with more Ukraine funding. I think big defensive treaties are good. They promote geopolitical stability. I think that's good. I think NATO is largely a good thing. Though, of course, they've also done bad things. And I think Ukraine should be funded more. I think that we should oppose fascism and imperialism anywhere, and that includes Russian imperialism. Let's see. Anyway, folks, let me know what you think in the comments. Hit the like button, subscribe, follow, and also get involved. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. If you need help, join our Discord. Reach out to Dragonfly for help connecting with your local Dems. Reach out to Gamergy for help connecting with your local DSA or even forming a new DSA branch. And folks, let's get it done. Let's do the things we need to do in order to win and build power in this country, because we need to build a movement based on people power. And that's really fucking important. So show up to those meetings, show up for Kat, and let's kick some ass. Also, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is non-tucking lingerie. Incredible fit. Incredible look. Incredible style. Go check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo. And let's keep on going. Any buttons to click? Why, I think we can find a button-clicking song. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click 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 button. Let's go! Alright, folks, if you've been enjoying the show, please consider supporting it financially if you're at all able. Hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, do the things. You think NATO's good? Fuck you, neocon, I'm out. I think big geopolitical defensive alliances are good. I think international cooperation is good. I think having allies around the world is good. And if you don't understand why that might be good or a stabilizing factor in geopolitical space, then I don't know what to say to you. Sorry. Like I guess I would encourage you to open a history book and read about, you know, the German states period. I guess I would encourage you to like learn about the history of Germany before it unified. And maybe learn why perhaps having a large defensive alliance that prohibits people from fighting one another inside the defensive alliance would be good. Let's see. I just like I don't know, it's just a good thing to not have France fighting England anymore. That's a good thing. It's good that Europe can come to the defense of Greenland and prevent it from being colonized by the United States. That's good. Bring back the feudal states of Europe? Ah, yes, we all long for the days of Protestants versus Catholics. Time to go back. We must go back to the fractured days when state versus state racked Europe with constant warfare. Over the span of hundreds of years. I yearn for the day of the 100 Years' War. Back when men were men and shat themselves while wielding longbows. I yearn for the days. Truly, we must all exit our defensive alliances and shit ourselves like men of old. Why be mad at NATO? Because there is a certain contingent of people who believe that NATO exists as an imperialist force, and that NATO expansion is the expansion of empire and a new form of colonialism. That's why you get some people who are really fucking salty about NATO. I'll put on my brown pants. You don't get pants. That's the part you don't understand. You're weak. You're softened by the modernity's conveniences. Also, Straighter Raid, thank you for the raid. What timing? What timing? How did you get a tanky in chat? I don't know, probably haven't talked about NATO or, like, Ukraine in a while. Hope you had a good stream, Straighter Raid. No pants, back to tunics. You know, I know that there are a lot of historians that disagree about the Battle of Agincourt, but I choose to believe they all had dysentery and shat themselves because it's funnier that way. Can we put men in kilts, please? We need more Outlander. I need more Outlander. Go for it. All right. I want to see a return to cloaks and capes. Cloaks and capes are 10 out of 10 wear. You should just wear them anyway. Get yourself a fancy cloak and a fancy cape. 10 out of 10, clothing item. Oh, but Skid McMarks, famously at the Battle of Agincourt, the English longbowmen had such bouts of dysentery that they had to take off their pants and continue shooting arrows while naked from the waist down. And apparently some historians want to pour cold water on that idea, and they don't think it's funny that people talk about the fact that English longbowmen were shitting themselves. But I think it's funny, and I'm going to say it anyway. And you know what? If that sparks some historical curiosity in you, and you decide you want to get to the heart of that matter and learn some things in the process, guess what? I've educated you. I taught you wrong as a joke. I have a knack for getting here at the artist time. Sorry, Mars the Martian. Make men pretty like King Louis the 14th. True. Men should be wearing heels. It's true. We should be elevating femboys to positions of power in our society. It's the only way. They're putting kilts on the cats. They're putting kilts on the dogs. All right, folks. I am exhausted. And just want to remind y'all, we're at 204. We're almost at 250. We've been making good time. Kind of stalled out with the Cat Abu Ghazaleh segment, but you know what? That's to be expected. It's to be expected. Tomorrow I will be on the Transatlantic Call-In Show, the show on the line. Go check it out. We'll be taking calls from folks who want to debate trans issues. It'll be a good time. I've enjoyed all of my previous appearances on the line, so this should be fun too. And yeah, we'll talk about how trans people are valid. Have I tried bone smash maxing? I have not. Thank you for the stream. Sorry about the confusion. No confusion, Yannick. No worries. They fucked up your thumbnail again? That's fine. Thanks for the good stream and the line rules. True! And also, they need to stop doing you dirty. I don't think they're doing me dirty. I think it's just a lot to juggle. It's a glorious night here in chat. Stay beautiful, everyone. Stay beautiful, Skid McMarks. And yeah, I am exhausted. And I'm going to go to sleep now. Good night, everybody. Bye.
So this is
I live here on a Powderhorn Street, where ICE agents walk the beat, with a signing bonus $50,000. When we saw those vicious goons steal our neighbors from their rooms, we went out into the streets and yelled and hollered. Come out, ye cowards, ICE, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray. May you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Very good. Won't you tell her how you stood in the way of Renee Good? How she tried to leave, but you were too afraid of her. How she did just what you said, so you shot her in the head for the crime of standing up for her own neighbors. Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray. May you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. I bet you felt so big and strong when Nurse Pretty came along, and he tried to shield a woman you were beating. 6 agents held him down, and you shot him on the ground, and stood around to watch him as he lay there bleeding. Come out, ye cowards, ICE! Peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, How the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Come let us hear you tell how you serve the country well, gassing children in their schools and cars and houses, and how the nation's great distress can be solved by DHS if you repress the rage your cruelty arouses. Come out, ye cowards' eyes, peel away your grim disguise, tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Come out, ye cowards' eyes, peel away your grim disguise, tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, and how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. From the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Thank you so much. My name is Ben Grosscup. Good to be with you today. Thanks for coming out.